Hello, hello, everybody. How we all doing? These excellent intro beats come courtesy of Chill Boy Beats. Their first full EP. Quite good, in my opinion. Gotta get YouTube chat up. Unfortunately, Logan, I'll be playing Funky Rammstein again, likely 2 months from now. We are currently on the Copyright Fortress arc, and I am not breaking that for no one, no how. But y'all can check out Chill Boy Beats over on YouTube as well. How we all doing, folks? Let's see here. Hey, Rundo. Yeah, it's been a day. So do we know how bad the car is? Yeah, so I brought in my car to get checked out because it was leaking oil. And something to know about my car is that I got it from my grandma, right? And my grandma got it in 2006. And it has not been serviced probably since she got it. I don't know the last time it got an oil change. But I brought it in because it was leaking oil. And you know, I got it about like maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And I was just kind of assuming, oh, I'm overdue for an oil change, you know, I'll get that handled. And then it started leaking oil, like, you know, of course, like the week I was like planning to go get its oil changed, right? So I brought it in to a very reputable mechanic, you know, the kind that's like, that basically will like walk up to you and be like, hey, you know, if I get this part from the dealership, it's going to cost you, you know, $1,000. But if you order it yourself, you can get it for $100, and then we'll just put it in for you. So like they're not trying to price gouge me or anything. But my hope was that basically just needed an oil change and it would be okay. Or maybe there was like a leak somewhere, but it could just be tightened up, go about my day. So they went over my car and it turns out that it was still on the same tires it's been on since 2006, which sounds like a lot, and it is. But the car doesn't have a ton of mileage on it. So, like, visually to me, the tires look okay-ish. But, yeah, Harundo, basically the wear and tear of time has, like, degraded the tires, and, like, the mechanic was like, yeah, these are about to, like, go, especially, like, your front left tire. So, yeah, for Minnesota, not acceptable. And so all 4 of them needed to be replaced and aligned. And I was like, okay. On top of that, they noticed that in addition to the oil leaking, coolant was leaking, which means that they have to replace one of the hoses. And so they're replacing one of the coolant hoses. And on top of that, they're hoping, they agree with me that obviously there's also an oil leak. But they're hoping that by doing like a full oil change, that will be enough to stop the leak. But if it's not, it's going to be an even more expensive repair than what they quoted me, which understandable. And then on top of that, 2 of the drive belts are two of the drive belts are cracked and on the verge of like going gone, right? So they need to replace 2 of those as well, which, makes sense for a car that's been running for 17 years with no maintenance, apparently. So yeah, the quote that they gave me was around $1,400. It's probably closer to $1,500, but I rounded down. So yeah. You need those. Well, yeah, I don't want to blow a drive belt. So yeah, it is an expensive day. That's roughly like the cost of my rent. Yeah, no, like KBS, I have 100% certainty that this mechanic is not trying to like rip me off. This is like a holy fucking shit.
I said I would help. Word as bond. BWA.
Dude. Paladin. You're like single-handedly saving Christmas over here. God damn. Were I not autistic, I would probably be crying right now. I've had so many emotions today. Yeah, no kidding. Is Paladin Lost secretly Santa Claus? Obviously a much more handsome and virile Santa Claus. Oh my god, thank you. Also today I found a cockroach in my apartment and had like a full-on mental breakdown. So this holy shit, Paladin. Thank you. God damn. Yeah, so I spent the day having like a panic attack and cleaning my apartment and talking with my building to get an exterminator, and then got a quote for $1,400 for this car. Holy shit, Paladin. I'm still trying to reckon with that number. Was it a cockroach or was it a what? Nope, it was a cockroach. It was like a juvenile cockroach. Which I'm not going to point fingers, but it wouldn't surprise me Someone new moved in next to me.
Rundo asterisk got a tier 1 asterisk subscription.
Rundo, thank you for subscribing. KBS, thank you for the $25 dono. My God.
BWA.
We're halfway there. Yeah. Oh my God. I was not expecting this level of oil. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Mild
rub down time. BWA.
Thank you so fucking much, guys. Oh. Paladin, I feel like I need to like come up with a like a VVIP badge. That I feel like that needs to exist.
It's not as much as Paladin, but please get that fixed. I don't want you to die. BWA.
Guys. At Yahoo, thank you for the $25 dono. You guys are really good eggs. Ms. Milena, I really appreciate that. I mean, Stoutman, it does kind of feel like the end of It's a Wonderful Life right now, so I'm... Thank you so goddamn much, folks. Yeah, the exterminator. Yeah, so yeah, it was like a little cockroach. It wasn't like full-blown armor plated yet. but I had a neighbor move in not too long ago, and they just drag their trash on the ground. They just drag their trash on the ground through the halls, leaving like a trail through the entire apartment complex, and of like different little bits of trash. It's really, really, really gross. And like you can see it lead to their apartment. It's like Hansel and Gretel, but if instead of using breadcrumbs, they used like used cotton swabs and shit. Yeah, just carry your bag. It's not like they're the biggest, heaviest things. It's so nasty. It is so nasty. Also, I do have to say, right? And this is me being old, right?
Little more BWA energy flowing peepo comfy.
Little Morphine Annie, thank you for the $15 dono. God, you guys. Are they super short? I don't think so. Oh, and but you can see like it all leads up to their door. There's just like little bits of trash outside of their apartment door. It's really gross. Her kid shot at it with a gun. Yeah, no, I hope the exterminators don't come and just riddle my apartment with bullet holes. I would not like that. God. Oh, Salmon Moose, you missed the story. Basically, I had an oil leak on my car, and I went to go get it checked out and get the oil changed, and it turns out oil hasn't been changed in years, and that's leading to the oil leak. But also, the tires haven't been replaced since it was bought in 2006, and also, bits of the engine are so old that they're about to crack, so they need to replace 2 of the driver belts, and they also need to replace a coolant hose that is leaking. So there's a lot. Like, I noticed like my engine was running like slightly hotter, but like basically I'm really lucky that my car didn't just like comically fall apart like a Looney Tunes cartoon. Especially in Minnesota, where I probably would have frozen to death. So yeah. Hey Berserk Jazerk. Hey VCC TV. Hello Molotov. Hey Jennifer Holly. Yo, it's okay. Don't put yourself
Get
out.
your car fixed, Queen.
Metal Kitty Mom, thank you for the $25 dono. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate it so goddamn much, guys. Oh my god, Ms. Milena. Milena. Sorry.
BWABWAAAAA. Also, it's Milena. Sorry, lol.
Milena. My bad. My bad. Thank you both so much. And believe it or not, I did actually prep BWA, fins up. Shark attack.
Not sure if I'm getting a Christmas bonus, so this is all I can do. But I love how supportive this community is, and I want to contribute what I can.
Guys. Chan Man, thank you for the $15 dono. And folks, if you're in Twitch or YouTube chat and you'd like to support, consider coming over to throw money at me on riverboat.gg because your money just goes directly to me without YouTube or Twitch taking a cut if you do it over there. So I'm going to have to get all parental on you, get an emergency pack for your car. I usually do, but I had furniture and stuff in the back of my car, and I just haven't put the emergency kit back in the car. Is the car like softly totaled? No, like it's still able to run. Like I was able to drive it to the dealership, but like it's a good thing that I got it there instead of waiting like another week, because I thought the car was like mostly okay, like probably like on 5-6-year-old tires or something, which even then is pushing it, but like not the worst thing in the world. I did not anticipate that they were 11 years older than that. I did not anticipate that the driving belts were about to snap.
Slightly. BWA.
Very knifey, Doc. Thank you for the $15 dono. God. Yeah, Jennifer Holly, you subscribed over on riverboat.gg a few days ago. I appreciate that, and thank you very, very much. My roommate had his Hyundai stolen by the police and then stolen by thieves weeks later. That is terrible luck. I've had a nail in my tire for like 6 months, but it's fine. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, no, reminder to get your oil changed and your tires checked. God. So I did have some content in mind for today, if any of you are so inclined. That was money I had for sniping white names. Oh, thanks, very knifey duck. I drove with busted windows, wouldn't go down in the summer. I would drive holding the fucking door open to not bake in the sun. Yeah. And woo over a mechanic. That is extraordinarily good advice, Metal Kitty Mom, because my major concern was that I would wind up taking my car to a mechanic who would basically tell me this was like a $5,000 problem. Because I think, given the condition of my car, now that I know what's what with it right now, I think I'm fairly sure a less reputable mechanic would have charged me so much more. Yeah, no, like my car is worth like $3,000. Like it's not like it's a Subaru Forester from 2006. If I put these repairs in, it's probably going to run for like another 20 years, you know? So like I think it's worthwhile to not have to buy a $5,000 used car and like go through all of that rigmarole. But like, Subarus are the Fireflies of cars. Okay, Subaru Foresters in particular. They're not pretty, but they will run forever. Subaru Forester is such a lesbian car. I know. You know, also one of my very first dates ever, I was driving a Subaru Forester. And the lady I went out with made fun of my car because it was a lesbian car. She was boring as shit, by the way, and also like lied about her age and was like a decade older than she claimed she was, and also this was pre-transition me, so it was like there was a lot of stuff. There were a lot of dynamics going on that date. We also played Scrabble and I beat her by 500 points. Yeah, that we never had a second date, so you know. Yeah, there were a lot of layers to that interaction. Hey, Crunchy Asparagus. Okay, so I have a couple of things to throw at you. We're much farther along towards this goal than I thought we would be. God, I didn't even format this right. Colon. So there are a couple options for content. You'd thrash me at Scrabble, guaranteed. I mean, like, I'm not... The thing is, I wasn't trying to beat her at Scrabble. Breaking news, John Kerry farted. Good for him. He looks like he needs one. Big Scrabble energy. Crunchy Asparagus, you can certainly talk politics. I was about to say, one of the things that I have on the docket, okay? We could go over anti-trans bigotry. We could go over Ben Shapiro. I guess Ben Shapiro did a debate with Alex O'Connor, who's like a big atheist YouTuber, on the topic of religion. So we could go over that debate. There's another debate that apparently Dylan Burns had with Destiny on the subject of Israel. So those are two things I wanted to go over. We could also go over PragerU's propaganda on Israel. I found two videos we could go over. One is oriented towards adults and the other is oriented towards kids. And last but certainly not least, we could go over some analog horror. I was going to ask who blew the Nord Stream pipelines. Honestly, it looks like some kind of team out of Germany, but no government has taken responsibility. And honestly, it could be like a group of Ukrainian separatists. It could be a group of Russian militants operating out of Germany or Russian spies. Like, honestly, don't know. Could be the United States. My opinion is it doesn't really matter. The facts are the facts. I'm always ready for Destiny brain rot. I never watched the man, but I thoroughly enjoy seeing his derangedness. It was me, sorry guys. Oh, Somniostatic. Thank you or fuck you for your service. My cat did it. Finally explains why your cat is metal. It's to withstand the crushing pressures of the deep. What are the facts, I wonder? The facts I care about.
The Australian dollar isn't completely shit today.
Oh.
So this is actually less than $80 for a change. Boo-hoo.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. That is incredibly generous of you. Holy moly. Me oh my. God damn. Right? 75 to 25. Yeah, that is correct. God damn. You care about the actual facts? Well, what I care about is not so much who did the Nord Stream pipeline bombing. What I care about is how that tangibly impacts the geopolitics of the region. And I've talked about it already. There are videos of it on my channel. Probably, unless my editors didn't get around to it at the time, which is entirely possible. But yeah. My personal opinion, based on what I know of the bombing, is that we don't have enough information to come to a clear conclusion on who was behind it. There are likely and unlikely suspects, but in the absence of like a definitive answer, I'd prefer to talk about the implications of it not operating. It is the US? Do you have evidence of that, or are you just saying things? I got banned from Pictionary for winning on the first round. Oh, cool. Crunchy Asparagus. You can come over to riverboat.gg and post a link, or you can whisper a mod the link. I would love definitive proof that the United States bombed the pipeline. What link? Oh, okay. So your source is that you made it the fuck up. Cool. I have evidence. What link? Show me the evidence. You came in here prepared for an intellectual tete-a-tete. Show me the evidence. Intel doesn't have. Oh, okay. Yeah. You're just high level FBI. You know, you just have access to all of the CIA's archives, and you have high level intel. This is just a War Thunder situation where you've come by to, I guess, imply that you have this info, and then we all make fun of you until you share a top secret document, in which case we believe you and you summarily get black bagged by your handler. Sure. Big brain energy in chat, the biggest. I came in here to talk politics. I have real evidence, and my real evidence is that Intel doesn't have any evidence for it, but I just believe it. I can't prove a negative, my guy. You're the one making a definitive claim here. You have to defend your claim. If your claim is just I have secret info that no one else has, I mean, congrats. So does the tinfoil hat guy who says that the US government is reading his brain. But he hasn't been able to provide me with any evidence either. Crunchy asparagus probably does smell weird. My sources, I made it the fuck up! Yeah, also the Nord Stream pipeline was bombed like, what, a year and a half ago? 2 years ago? God, there are so many other pipelines we could talk about now. I think it was the Mer people. True, I did see a trailer for the documentary film Aquaman and the Lost City of Atlantis, or whatever it's called now. Yeah, Crunchy Asparagus saying that the U.S. might have stood to benefit from the Nord Stream pipeline being bombed is not evidence. That is not direct evidence of it being the United States. That's just not evidence. That's like circumstantial. That's like saying, oh, who could stand to benefit from X man being murdered? Well, this person, this person, this person, and this person, all in different ways. Cool. You didn't come up with evidence, though. All right. Crunchy asparagus? I'm giving you your one pass for being a dipshit. Your dipshit pass. It is now currently being used up. You have one dipshit comment away from being banned. The question is whether you want to use it now or Save your dipshittery for later. Wait, I'm half Russian and I did nothing? Metal Kitty Mom has been a double agent the entire time. I asked you, is it the Russians? And if it's not, why not? I don't know. See, here's the thing. I don't have to know who did it. I'm perfectly comfortable saying, I don't know who bombed the Nord Stream pipeline. You're the one who said it was definitely the US. And then I was like, oh, what's your evidence? And you said, my evidence is super secret and I don't have a link for it. Yeah, it turns out I don't have to know everything. Crunchy Asparagus, who is behind the atrocity at Alden's Rest, 1946? Who is behind that? Okay? You must know, right? You must know. Oh, the United States was behind that atrocity? Yeah? You must know everything, right? It's really important that you know who was behind that atrocity. God. Fucking dipshit. Doesn't even know about the atrocity at Alden's Rest. I never told I know. Why don't you know about the atrocity at Alden's Rest, Crunchy Asparagus? Fucking dipshit. Oh, I think it's important that we know everything. Well, I think it's really important that you fucking know about the atrocity at Alden's Rest in 1946. But you don't know. Where were you when Alden fell? True. Should I know about it? Tell us about it. Here's the thing. I made my position clear that I think you should know about it. Now, I'm comfortable saying I don't know a thing. And when asked, when you made a definitive statement that the United States was behind the Nord Stream pipeline bombing, I asked you, oh, can you show me that evidence? And you basically said no. So my response to you is, no, I'm not going to provide you evidence of what happened at the massacre at Alden's Rest. You can find that out on your own. Not my job to educate you on that. Fucking dipshit. Who was behind the Bowling Green massacre? True. Fuckers probably never even heard of General Alden. Oh, you do? Oh, we have Biden's admission that the United States did the Nord Stream pipeline? Where? Could you share that with me? That should be a really easy thing to prove. President of the United States coming out with a definitive statement claiming responsibility for the Nord Stream pipeline bombing? Something tells me you're not going to actually have that evidence at the end of the day. The same way you don't have the evidence of what happened at the massacre of Alden's Rest. I did enjoy that. I did enjoy that interaction quite a bit. I got more joy out of that than I really have any right to. But that was very fun. Yeah, literally, I pulled my source out of my ass. Wait, is that related to Alden's number? I don't know what you're talking about, Distron. Hey, Ukrainian. True, Lloyd Fritus. It is fun to play with your food. So, as I was saying, chat, we have a Ben Shapiro, Alex O'Connor religion debate. We have a Dylan Burns Destiny debate on Israel. We have anti-trans propaganda to go over. We have PragerU's Israel propaganda to go over. And we also have some analog horror content that I was going to save till later, but you guys have done a very good job fundraising so far. We're slowly exploring Alden's canon. True. Did you ever study military tactics? Alden's charge is considered seminar infantry movement strategy. True. Lord Freytus, of course it's oh, sorry, I hit my mic. Of course it's okay to talk about my looks. And my main look today is tired. Okay, well, in case it wasn't clear, I needed some input here. So I'm gonna start a vote over in our riverboat.gg chat. What content Shapi P or Dylan v Destiny or analog horror? Go. You have like 30 seconds. Go.
Not being at $1,000 is bugging me.
Oh my god.
BWA.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 15 tier 1 sub dono. That brings us to an even $1,000. Oh my god. Thank you so much. We are actually incredibly close to our goal. Holy moly. Chai T-Rex, you can use !tip if you would like over in Twitch chat, or you can come to riverboat.gg. We do have a Streamlabs tip jar that would also work. You look lovely in a semi-neglected kind of way. I appreciate that in a semi-neglected kind of way. Yeah, mostly I need to actually take off my makeup. My makeup wipes were dry. So I couldn't fully take off my makeup. Hey, trans girl Jade, how you doing? Hey, Neuron. Hello, Nbiata. Hey, Winbee. We got a bunch of friendos in here today. Sophie! You have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, but wanted to hang out before bed? Hell yeah. I did not see what the results of that poll were. Did anybody else see? Fuck. Aw, Train Squirrel Jade, thank you. Which thing won the poll? Shabibo won? Okay, let's go. It was still on my player. Good, thank you. It was not on mine. All right, I am excited for this one, mainly because I've been slowly getting into Alex O'Connor content. I kind of missed the whole like online YouTube atheist skeptic phase that YouTube went through. But I like Alex O'Connor because like it's like he's more of like a philosophy student making like solid logical arguments, and I enjoy seeing kind of the back and forth between that and like people who really know their theology and apologetics. I find it very interesting, like those dialogues. And so it's going to be really interesting to me. Now, I have seen part of a clip from this where Ben Shapiro, like, very solidly contradicts himself. And Alex O'Connor points it out. But I'm curious about the rest of, like, the hour-long debate that they had, and trying to figure out kind of how it goes. Because if it's anything like that one clip, Ben Shapiro gets absolutely intellectually like just steamrolled. Good night, KBS. Hope you're doing all right. Hey, Charlie. How you doing? We are raising money today. For those of you who are popping in, we are raising money to help me pay for car repairs, because I got slapped with a very unexpected $1,400 charge today. So if any of you would like to donate, you can either use !tip over on Twitch, or you can come over to riverboat.gg and drop some donos, all of which are very, very appreciated. Okay. Took a very, very long time for atheist skeptics to not just be latent right-wingers 90% of the time. Yeah, there was definitely like a lot of what put me off from atheist skeptics was that it kind of turned into the anti-SJW stuff. Like, it seemed like a lot of them pivoted from basically being atheist skeptics into essentially hating Anita Sarkeesian. Like, that became like their main identities. And from there, like, it just got worse. They eventually all warped into the quartering. So, like, I'm glad I missed that, but I feel like some of the new people doing, like, talking about atheism these days are a bit more intellectually strong. Chai T-Rex, thank you for the $5 dono. I very, very much appreciate it. Let's go. Not all of us warped into the court. Well, I mean, okay, not all of you, but there was, like, there was a sizable number who did.
Hope your car gets fixed.
Sophie, thank you for the $5 dono. Oh, Chai T-Rex, thank you for the $5 dono again. Goodness gracious. Some of the new atheist people like that are pretty Islamophobic too. Yeah, no, that was also like the big, I think that was the initial suck of, like,
instead of analog horror, we will be watching Ben Shapiro speak, which is technically dialogue horror.
Boo.
I made this dono to make this joke because of course I did. BWA.
Very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. God damn.
Car hug.
Win B, thank you for the $5 dono. God, we are actually really close. Pour oil into the river. No, wait, no. No, Neuron, no. Missed the success message. Oh, I'm sorry, Chai T-Rex. Here, I'll look at the Streamlabs. I'm gonna assume that's where you donoed. Because sometimes Streamlabs is not good with reading out messages. So many donos. You guys are really making this feel like the finale of It's a Wonderful Life in, like, a really wonderful, wonderful way, and I am really appreciative of it. Like, I hope you all know that. No, both are okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chai T-Rex. Oh, God. Also, I'm looking at the Streamlabs donos, and this is from 5 days ago. But Shrug and Bug, thank you for the $3 dono over on Streamlabs. I do very much appreciate it. So thank you. Yeah, so Sophie, honestly, like, the little donos really add up. So thank you so fucking much. Yeah, so I'm excited to kind of see Alex O'Connor and Ben Shapiro clash here, because I know they don't share the same fundamental values and aren't going to like politically agree while just disagreeing on theology. I think there's going to be a much larger clash between the two of them, so I'm very excited to just kind of see how this goes. Also, I might play 20 minutes till midnight while we stream this, just because I find it a very relaxing game. So also, hey, we're gonna copy and paste this. Copy, paste, linked source. No, we'll just leave it off. Is Alex O'Connor also Jewish? No idea. Here we go.
Pretty much universally, social science suggests that many of the institutions that we hold dear that shape us.
I've been listening to videos on 1.5 times speed, and I thought that maybe this video was still on 1.5 times speed, and I know it's an old joke at this point, but Ben Shapiro actually sounds like he's at 1.5 speed all the time.
That provide us social support. A huge amount of this used to happen anyway inside of these traditional religious structures, and there really has been nothing to replace it.
We're talking about what the self is here. I mean, atheists believe in the self. Everybody believes in the self.
Well, no, that's not. I mean, that I find difficult to believe. Why would an atheist believe in the self? The self is a...
What? I already feel as tired as Alex looks here. Oh my... Why would an atheist believe in the self? I mean, I can think of numerous reasons, actually. I can think of numerous reasons why atheists would believe in self.
Series of non-deciding mechanisms.
This show does...
Oh.
A small dono to help get your car fixed. BWA 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 BWA.
Honestly, BWA, if any of you make some beats, we need to get Ghetto Spock on turning BWA into a beat. BWA, BWA, BWA. Yeah. That's good stuff.
seem to have an extraordinary capacity for putting me in face.
Also, this is from the channel Premiere Unavailable. Premiere Unbelievable. Which in my head I've been calling Premiere Unavailable for whatever godforsaken reason.
Face to face with people that I've been talking smack about online. So thanks again.
The arguments against God are fairly...
And I've been joined by two very dapper chaps, Ben Shapiro and Alex O'Connor, who most of you maybe, will be completely aware of. We're going to have a very substantive conversation. I'm going to introduce them first. I'm going to give a little summary on who they are and stop me.
I feel like we don't need that. Let's...
dispositive proofs, then people would believe them. And if people were able to provide dispositive proofs that God does not exist, then people would be more apt to believe those as well. What I think is an atheist delusion is that it is possible to live ideologically purely in a way that does not rely on fundamental faith principles. When I say faith principles, I'm not going to make the claim that those faith principles are direct from Sinai or that those faith principles require the New Testament, for example. I'm going to make the claim that there are a bunch of principles upon which we base ourselves that are external to what we know about nature and evolutionary biology, and that many of the things that Alex does in his daily life, for example, are going to be things that rely on principles that are external to a philosophy that would assume a lack of the supernatural, a lack of the extra.
Keep in mind, Ben Shapiro used to be called the cool kids philosopher. And I don't know how he got that name when Ben Shapiro, to my knowledge, has never studied philosophy. Alex O'Connor, on the other hand, I believe has.
Natural. So some of those principles, for example, are free will. So every day we get up, we believe, virtually all of us, whether we say we believe it or not, we actually act in ways that betray the idea that we believe that we have control over our own actions, at least to a certain extent, and that control makes a difference in the world. And that's what gives us purpose. It's what allows us to wake up in the morning and make the decision to do.
I guess Alex O'Connor literally has a degree in philosophy and theology from St. John's College at Oxford. So, yeah, pretty good basis for. I mean, if you're going to study something at Oxford, it's hard to go terribly wrong with philosophy and theology, two things that Oxford has basically been doing since its founding.
What we believe is right or what we believe is wrong. That the principles of right and wrong are external to evolutionary biology. So both of these principles that I've mentioned already, free will, right and wrong,
boiled peanuts.
These come from a language that is external to the Darwinian language of evolutionary biology. If you're talking about free will, there is nothing in nature that suggests the ability to make a decision free of environment and genetics in combination in some sort. The same thing is true of right and wrong, the idea that there is a right and there is a moral wrong that we can reason our way to. Another principle that I think that you're obviously very big on, it's something that you rely on all the time, your entire podcast is based on the idea of reason.
Okay, but wait, just right off the bat here, like, the difference between, like, these two philosophical points is that Ben Shapiro is basing his idea of what is right and wrong not on any, like, material basis, not on any kind of like logical reasoning, but instead on what a god supposedly told him was right and wrong. And from that initial concept, he's willing to kind of work backwards from there to justify how these things are right and wrong, but he's not actually making the argument to arrive at those things in the first place.
These ideas do not...
No, exactly, Somniostatic. His argument is essentially that in order to have a real morality, you need to have a spiritual basis. Which is... I mean, I think it says more about his position, where he has gone through life with no ethical framework whatsoever. And so for him to divorce an ethical framework from a religious framework is essentially impossible. Like, he can't even imagine doing so, despite the fact that there are plenty of people who go through their lives with ethical frameworks that are not aligned or related to religious belief.
Exist in the context of a purely materialist atheist universe. Now, I'm not going to make the claim that I can prove that it's God who's behind those things, because one of the principles of faith belief is that I don't understand God. So for people who don't believe in God, that's an easy way out, right? That's an easy way out for people like me, because I say, well, I don't have to explain the relationship between God and free will, because frankly, I don't fully understand God. But that's not really that's not really an open window. That's just part of pretty much all faith systems, is that if my mind were the mind of God, then I would either be God or God would not exist, one of the two things. So the idea that reason makes a difference in our lives, that we can reason our way to propositions, and this
is going to be a good debate. Honestly, I think this is going to be a good debate. Like, this is actually going to be a debate, which I'm excited for. It's not just going to be like dunking on one another, which I for one appreciate on occasion. The pause face, yeah. This is weirdly, Ben Shapiro kind of is making like a Ben Shapiro grug face here.
More than just saying a few magic words and that setting off a few neurons in somebody else's brain in a naturalistic way. That there actually is principles of truth, another concept that comes from the extra natural world. That these principles exist. So far I've mentioned free will, good, right and wrong, reason.
Also, chat, I just want to point out, I really love the set in this video that is just black curtains and cool old-timey light bulbs. It's fun. It looks like all of the people who are on screen are having brilliant ideas. You know, it's a good idea for a set. with like minimal investment. And frankly, I respect it.
And truth, right? All things that we consider extremely key in our daily lives and that Alex considers key in what he does. It's, I assume, why you get up every morning, or at least why you feel you get up every morning. You know, what gets you up to do your podcast? It's because
what gets you up, chat?
You want to say things that you believe are reasonable, are going to convince people to act in a better way, or I assume not a worse way, that get people to...
It does look like they're on a romantic date, and this guy paid to watch.
Change their lives in some way, in a self-motivated fashion that's not merely in a sort of Pavlovian response to circumstance and environment. So if I were going to talk about the atheist delusion, that's what I would suggest is the delusion, that an atheist can use terminology that is drawn from a world that is external to atheism for itself. And again, that's not an argument for...
So Ben Shapiro is basically being like, so atheists are drawing on a world, the world of faith, in order to build their ethical frameworks. They just don't know it or understand it. Which is... I mean, a lot of this is condescending without the tone of condescension, if that makes sense.
For God, even. That's just an argument against atheism.
This is not unexpected for Ben Shapiro's opening salvo.
Again, I think the arguments against God are fairly compelling, and I think the arguments against atheism are fairly compelling. This is one of the things that I've said to Sam Harris, and I think that the difference is that most people who believe in God have expressed doubts, and a lot of people who are atheists tend to be more religious in this way than many of the people who are God believers.
Well, something's certain. We don't do cold opens or soft starts here on the big conversation. Alex?
Well, I am glad to begin on a point of agreement with you, Ben, that yes, if there is no God, there is no free will, but I think that's because of the truth of the latter of those statements. That I suppose the biggest criticism that I made of you in a video response that I made to the atheist delusion, and this show does seem to have an extraordinary capacity for putting me face to face with people that I've been talking smack about online. So thanks again.
By the way, I should say it's a great video, and everybody should watch it if they haven't.
Well, I'm going to put put that in the description. I think that glowing endorsement. The principal disagreement that I think I had with you, Ben, is that there was a subtle, or not so subtle, implication in my view that yes, with no God there's no free will, but somehow having God can solve this problem. I mean, you said a moment ago that you don't think you can establish God's existence through reason alone, but assuming that you do believe in the existence of free will, you think it's a real thing that you have.
Yes.
And simultaneously saying that if there is no God, then free will makes no sense.
Yes.
That does read to me like an argument for God's existence, such that in order to either say that there is free will, in order to say that there is free will, one must believe in God. And that does strike me as an argument for God's existence.
I mean,
see, like, I do really appreciate Alex O'Connor, because when you listen to him talk, and we've gone over a couple of Alex's videos, notably that one where Christopher Hitchens' brother like just walked out of the debate with him. That was both very funny, deeply weird, and deeply discrediting to his debate opponent. But I like that Alex O'Connor just makes a logical and solid argument, and then from that basis asks the question directly to Ben, and Ben now has to just wiggle around. And I'm guessing that this is going to be kind of the dynamic throughout this entire thing, where Ben Shapiro waffles about for like 10 minutes and Alex O'Connor speaks for like 1 minute, asks Ben a pretty simple, straightforward question, and then Ben waffles around for another 10 minutes. I'm guessing that's going to be kind of how this goes. Could be wrong. Let's see.
Slightly curve that, or to kind of sand off the rough edges there?
Yeah, exactly, Nbiata. There is... I feel like in terms of things we need to go back to teaching and education, there are two things, and it's rhetoric and logic. The fact that I didn't take a logic class until college should be considered a crime. Because like being able to think through things logically provides you with such a good basis for bettering yourself and making decisions as you navigate the world and life, and being able to articulate different issues that you have in the world and in your own ideology, right? And additionally, rhetoric is just the ability to kind of make those articulations to others. So like it's I feel like both of those things are deeply important, especially as like the prevalence of social media is only going to continue to rise. I appreciate that Alex is actually educated on these subjects. But as a Brit, I just can't get over his middle-class Tory accent. Fair. I mean, dude went to Oxford. Fair criticism.
I would say that the argument I made is an argument for something extra natural.
Sure.
Now, you can call that God or not God, but the thing that I'm making the argument for is that you cannot get from a materialist Darwinist universe to free will. That is not possible. So I know that the way you solve that is that you say that there is no free will.
That's right.
And what I'm saying to you is you don't act that way.
I hear this all the time. People say, look, you may say there's no free will, but you don't act as though that's the case. I suppose that I'm just confused as to what it would look like for somebody to act as if they believe there was no free will. I mean, the very argument that there is no free will that I subscribe.
Yeah, like, this is the thing, right? Like, okay, you say we have free will. What would it look like if humans didn't have free will? And also, like, what material, like, if you have free will or not, what difference does it actually make for your day-to-day decision making? In my mind, it doesn't actually matter whether you have free will or not, because you still have to go through, at the end of the day, the process of making decisions. And that process, whether it's free or you know, the result of like material reality, doesn't change. You still have to make choices. So like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether you have free will or not, because from your perspective, it doesn't matter.
To at least one of the various forms that it takes is a sort of Schopenhauerian view that you can do as you will, you just can't will what you will, and that you are essentially just a biological machine reacting to its to its internal and evolutionary drives. That's what's happening. Now, call that nihilistic if you like, that's a separate question, but as to the question of how this would make one act, the idea that this might cause us to sort of lay around in bed all day or something, the very mechanism that I think is responsible for eliminating the possibility of free will.
No. That's the thing, though, right? Alex kind of hits it on the head. I think people who argue that free will is a necessity for humans to act how they act right now seem to be under the impression that, like, if humans didn't have free will, humans would essentially just be like, you know, monkeys. Like, we would just be like hanging out in trees, you know, using sticks for tools, and like not having like complicated society necessarily. But like, we know that like monkeys don't do those things either. I mean, they do on occasion, but like monkeys have complex social systems. They make decisions. They have lovers. They have friends, right? Like they have territory that they attack and defend. They have relationships. Like, the idea that like we would act that much differently, I think, is not really based on anything aside from fiction. They also just seem to kind of conflate laziness with, I guess, laziness or lack of productive effort in with a lack of free will. Like you would basically become like Grug Homer Simpson if you lacked free will, which is just a weird cartoonish belief. You know, I disagree that is at all what we would see.
The drives that make people do what they do, like I say, do exactly that. Make people do what they do. They make them get out of bed in the morning. Why do you get out of bed and go and make your breakfast if there's no free will? So you go and get breakfast because there's no free will and something is driving you to do that that's outside of your control.
For sure. So
So, boiled peanuts, that's the thing, right? I think a lot of people who posit this free will kind of necessity for human beings do not believe that animals have free will in the same way. You know? They don't believe that animals have free will in the same way human beings do. They make a distinction between humans and animals, right? And a lot of this can be rooted back in different religious beliefs about how like humans were made to inherit the earth and dominate animal life. That's in the Bible. It's in a lot of creation myths. And it's not uncommon for people from faith-based backgrounds to make kind of that separation between humans and animals. Like a really good example of this in the United States history is kind of the Scopes monkey trial. If any of you are aware of that, there's a really good movie called Inherit the Wind about that topic, which was essentially the teaching, an entire trial about the teaching of evolution as a concept, because religious people rejected the idea that human beings could ever have come from monkeys, that evolution could bring, an animal to being a human. So I think a lot of that interest, a lot of that belief is kind of layered in with religious thinking. And then they called it intelligent design because they weren't allowed to call it creationism anymore. True. Tina too, thank you so much for the raid, folks. We are doing a fundraising stream to help fix my car. If any of you would like to help out, you guys can use !tip in Twitch chat to tip me directly. Or you can come over to riverboat.gg and there's a donation button at the top of the page. Any donations, very, very much appreciated, as this is a huge and unexpected expense. Tina, thank you very much for resubscribing. Been subscribed for 30 years. Let's go. It's akin to people thinking gay doesn't exist in nature. Yeah, because, God wouldn't create gay animals. That's a religious thinking. Religious idea. Recently I learned that Stanford and MIT have their intros to neurology and evolutionary behavioralism classes for free on YouTube. Ooh, NBATA, can you link that? I'd love to check that out sometime. As someone who grew up on a farm, animals are very gay. That's a funny phrase. I appreciate you. God, penguins and dolphins would like to sell you a bridge with their same-sex mates. Is it the widgets? I don't know what that means, but I took my car in for an oil leak today, and turns out the tires hadn't been replaced in 16 years, and one of them was about to burst, and two of the drive belts were cracked and about to snap, and also it had a coolant leak, so they needed to replace a hose, and also the oil leak needed to be fixed. So basically my car was about to just comedically collapse as I drove it on the road. So if anyone would like to help out, that's what we are doing a fundraiser stream for today. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you a lot. God created literally so much gay stuff. True. All right. This is actually a really entertaining debate. I'm enjoying this a lot.
So to get back to the nihilism point, which you kind of put aside, so that means that this conversation is essentially worthless in any sort of real sense. I mean, effectively, we were driven here by evolutionary biology.
Dude, this is cool. Wait. This is really, really neat. Stanford literally has just entire classes on YouTube. Human behavioral biology. Yeah, this is 12 years out of date, but still, 12 years out of date knowledge is probably better than the knowledge I have right now. Yeah, 25 classes with like lecture, probably question and answer sections. This is neat. I will definitely be checking this out. And then the biology, MIT, Introduction to the Human Brain. That's so cool. This one's from only 2 years ago. Damn. Okay. The YouTube playlist? Oh my god. I do find it very funny to look at the views falling off. Introduction to the Human Brain, 11 million views. Neuroanatomy, 800,000 views. Cognitive Neuroscience Methods, 200,000 views. Cognitive Neuroscience Methods 2, 100,000 views. Introduction to the Human Brain, 94,000. Like, it just keeps getting smaller. That's great. It's dense but glorious. This is an amazing amount of info. Thank you for introducing me to this, Enbiata. I'll check it out sometime.
And environment to have this conversation. Everybody who's watching this is driven by evolutionary biology and environment to have a particular reaction to that thing, Twitch. And ever round the cycle goes. That seems like a very purposeless life. Maybe again, I'm drawing from a realm that is not evolutionarily biologically connected. The word purpose is really, teleology obviously has been taken out of the realm of science pretty thoroughly by atheists and by many people in the sciences, although I would argue that, again, most scientists speak in the realm of teleology literally all the time, and they're borrowing language from the language of teleology, even when they're describing functions of particular body parts, right? The heart pumps blood in order to keep you alive, right? They're constantly using language that's teleological in nature. The real question that I have, and this is what goes to the question that you were asking at the beginning, before the sort of pre-question, which was the good of religion to society. One of those goods is people believing that their free will matters and this actually is a useful thing. So I believe that it is deeply important for people in society to believe that they have the capacity to change themselves and to make different decisions than what biology would drive them to do. So you say, well, it's biology that drives you to get out of bed in the morning, which is almost Calvinist in sort of the way that it's described, right? It's like you're predestined to get out of bed in the morning, so thus you get out of bed in the morning. But the reality is that we are constantly making decisions as though those decisions make a difference in the universe. And what social science actually does tend to show is that when people...
they do. Right? That the materialist view of the universe is not that your decisions and actions mean nothing. It just means that your decisions and actions are like formed by your environment and your psychology and like the space and time you were born into, and that those actions that you then take affect other things. Like, this isn't a hard concept. Environment is such a broad wording. Yeah, like I don't know. The idea here is I don't know. I feel like Ben is really floundering here.
Believe that they have control over their own actions, and when they believe that they're capable of changing the way that they live, they do make those changes with more alacrity and in better directions than if they don't believe that. If people tend to believe in a deterministic universe, they do act worse. So it may work. This is going to be sort of Straussian in its implications, but that may work for you. You're a very high IQ individual who can somehow reconcile the idea of living a very purposeful life with the idea that actually there's no purpose to anything. But for the vast majority of people, that is not actually how they live. And I would suggest that even in your daily life, you don't get out of bed in the morning thinking, man, my biology is driving me this morning to get on the bike, have a great day.
Yeah, but you don't have to have that specific concrete thought, Ben. Like in order to facilitate your actions. This is what's confusing me here. I feel like it's a contradiction in his thought process here.
The sun is shining. That's my biology doing this. And I don't think that most people who live purposeful lives, even if they believe that everything they're doing is predetermined, by the world around them, by their own biology, I don't believe they actually feel that. They have to engage in what they themselves would term an illusion in order to feel a sense of purpose and meaning in their lives.
Of course, but that's what the evolutionary process, in my view, in my worldview, I should say, has done so well, is provide precisely that illusion. I mean, it's not as that. I mean, you say, look, you don't.
We have a will to live instilled in us by, you know, millions of years of evolution at work, right? Like we have this inherent drive to live, and as human beings, we have the tools to adapt to various situations in order to facilitate that goal. Like it's not. This isn't a hard point to grasp, I guess. Like that message or goal being instilled in us by evolution, and I'm sure my phrasing here is a bit sloppy, but like having that instilled in us isn't going to lead necessarily to everyone having coherent thoughts about like getting up in the morning and being like, ah, yes, I must sustain my life by eating food. Like, you don't have to do that. You just feel hungry because of how our biology has evolved.
Get out of bed in the morning thinking, gosh, you know, look at my biological
My neurons
drive.
are firing, yeah.
Of course not, because if I did, then the whole evolutionary purpose that this illusion serves would fall away. I mean, you say that this is a fairly purposeless life, and perhaps you know, the implication is that it's a bit of a depressing one. I didn't come here to inspire optimism in people. I just think it is in fact the case.
By the way,
it is in fact the case that free will doesn't exist, and we may feel very nihilistic towards that, but as a wise man once said, facts don't care about your feelings. And I will say that the argument against free will, in my view, is based upon something broader than just scientific analysis or empirical research. Rather, we can build an argument, I think, from a law of logic, the proposition that P must either be true or false, and it can't be both, it can't be neither.
P must be true, or it must be false. I do like his stance and delivery here, because I think that, again, Ben Shapiro is too used to debating college students who are coming in hot, ready to fight, you know? Whereas Alex O'Connor has a background in like philosophical debate. And in those realms, you're typically having like a very intellectual conversation, you know, but it doesn't get heated necessarily. You know, obviously there are some notable exceptions of that in the realm of philosophy, but I like that he's basically able to meet Ben with an intellectual and soft-voiced slap in the face to Ben's shitty arguments. It's a nice change of pace, and it's one that Ben is not well suited for and very poorly versed in. So I think we're going to see Ben struggle a lot more than we usually would.
It has to be one or the other. Now, this law of the excluded middle, one of the foundational precepts of philosophy, we can simply ask a question of any kind of mental activity. And this will be regardless of whether it's material or immaterial. That's what makes this a crucial argument, and an important one, a pertinent one, is that you can ask of that mental activity, is it determined or is it not? That is it determined by anything else, or is it completely undetermined by anything? If it's undetermined by anything, then it's random, and you're by definition not in control of that which is random. If it's determined by something, then it's either determined by something further inside your mind, or inside your brain, or indeed inside your soul, or it's determined by something external to your brain. If it's determined by something external to yourself, I should say yourself rather than your brain here to rid this conversation of any implicit materialism, exterior to yourself, if that's what's determining the action, then clearly you're not in ultimate control of that action. If it's something inside of yourself somewhere, then all you do is push the problem back and you ask the question again, is that thing determined or is it indeterminate? So indeterminate, it's random. Determined, you keep going back until you either terminate in something outside of the self, something, or I suppose something undetermined and therefore random, either of which you are completely out of control in. If you say that it terminates in something like a soul, people like to do this. They say, well, look, with a religious philosophy, we have the benefit of introducing a soul. That doesn't solve anything. Because you still need to, it's not a matter of having to explain the mechanism by which the soul brings about actions. That may well be a mystery. But if it is the case that whatever it is that's doing that is either determined or it's not, and that if it's not, it's random and therefore out of your control, and that if it is, it ultimately terminates in something outside of yourself or something random, and both of which are out of your control, free will cannot exist.
Well,
so I would
again, I love the way Alex is able to essentially make what might otherwise be a pretty hard to articulate argument very simple and very approachable, right? The thought experiment he's come up with here and has articulated here is indeed a way you could make an argument for or against free will. So this is, I'm interested to see how Ben responds here. Because I feel like he has been cornered to a degree here.
That argument does rely on the complete deconstruction of the self. Right? I mean, you're using the term self in this argument in, I think, a couple of different ways. You're saying something outside yourself, but then you're breaking down the self into a bunch of separate components as though the self is a computer. Right? As though if you took the self and you broke it down into a machine, and there's like the microchip, and you've got the processor, you got all these different parts.
So Ben's response is the self is soul and body and mind. Interesting. Okay, yeah, he's floundering.
So it has to be coming from here, or it has to be coming from here. But I think the very idea that we have of ourselves as selves is as a deciding being, and so the attempt to carve that down into, so which parts of the deciding being, that is an avoidance strategy. So I don't think that the argument quite holds.
Well, if we can call the self just a deciding being,
call it a deciding being,
then that sort of fundamental assumption that we make about the nature of the self, I don't think is going to be incompatible with atheism.
How so?
Because we're talking about what the self is here. I mean, atheists believe in the self. Everybody believes in the self.
Well, no, that's not. I mean, that I find difficult to believe. Why would an atheist believe in the self? The self is a series of non-deciding mechanisms. As
this is how they arrived at that intro clip. This is incredible. This is incredible, dude. Yeah, atheists have no idea what a self is. I love that Ben just made the argument that the self could be maybe phrased as like a deciding being, and then is like, but atheists wouldn't believe in a deciding being. What? Come on, bro.
I see that your view of the self is an atheist view of the self, a meatball wandering through space, as I've put it somewhat colorfully. The sort of Spinoza idea that you're a stone that's been thrown, and you can comprehend that you've been thrown, but you're a stone that's been thrown, and that's just the way that it is. Why would there be in atheist philosophy such a thing as a deciding self? The deciding being is external to the idea of an evolutionary cause, because the very word deciding suggests uncaused decision making, and you've just excluded it through your own philosophy.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I think his argument is fatally flawed here. Because the act of making a decision isn't necessarily an example of free will. Because again, your everything that leads up to the moment of your decision is, decided by, a practically infinite number. But at the end of the day, somewhat finite number of things. You could count them all. You might need to take more time than exists in the entirety of the universe, but there's a finite number of ways things can be. And I mean, unless we're getting down to quantum mechanics, in which case, maybe there's some wiggle room there, but you are the product of your environment, and like your decisions are going to seem like free will to you, but like can anyone be free of the environment that they were raised in, the environment that they, continue to exist in? Can anyone be free to just make an outside decision from themselves? No. And quantum stuff would just be random. I mean, maybe. I'm not well versed enough in quantum mechanics to know if, like, if we knew more about quantum mechanics, maybe we could predict what seems random now, So I just think that even if it comes down to randomness, like, then you don't have free will. You are subject to the whims of a universe.
Uncaused decision making, I suppose, is a concept that I think is unintelligible, and therefore, if there is an unintelligibility of the self on atheism, I suppose the thrust of the criticism that I made to essentially every point you made in that video.
I do enjoy that he just called Ben Shapiro's argument unintelligible, which is essentially a philosopher's version of a slap in the face.
Except for the argument from Motion.
Is feel better, Sam
what
and
you're
Moose.
saying to me, if it applies to atheism, I think simultaneously applies to theism as well.
How so?
An uncaused decision. I mean, what is the process by which a decision is made?
But now you're falling into the same sort of argument that I excluded at the beginning, which was, I said that the beauty of religion is that there's a bunch of stuff I don't understand. So I can't explain to you how the uncaused self makes decisions.
Well, then I can't explain to you how the uncaused self exists on an atheistic
But you have
framework.
a burden and I don't.
Yeah, but then Ben is just falling victim to the God of the Gaps fallacy. Like, just because an atheist can't explain something to you doesn't mean that God did it. It's fiercely debated, but the plurality think it's random. There's also inherent randomness to measurements. At the moment, there is no scientific way to check. However, certain predictions seem to align more against determinism than with it. I mean, again, like, I don't think necessarily determinism is the end-all be-all of, like, a free will argument. I think that maybe the better way to describe it is, like, either your material reality on a human level is deterministic or it's random. In either case, you don't necessarily have the free will that we think we do.
Meaning that
I don't think that's the case.
You do, though. I mean, the simple fact is that you are the one who's claiming that a reasonable materialist universe is the cause of all. And so if that's the case, you do have to explain the mechanism in a way that I certainly do not. My entire philosophy rests on the positing of an entire realm of things I don't understand in terms of their interaction with the world. Now, as I said at the very beginning, that leaves me a giant escape hatch. I'm not going to pretend that.
Yeah, like, you're basically just saying, oh, well, I don't have to make an argument because God did it. This is very revealing about Ben Shapiro's entire worldview, right? Yeah, my philosophy enables me to say that anything I don't understand is God, rather than having some sort of explanation or some sort of answer or anything like that. It's just God did it. Why did my neighbor die on Thursday instead of Friday? God did it. It's part of his ineffable plan. And you can't argue with it. It's ineffable.
That's not a giant escape hatch. It acts in practice as a giant escape hatch. It also tends to act as a fundamental principle of faith, right? Again, in every moral realm, right? When you get to the problem of good and evil, right? One of the big questions is, well, how can God allow evil to take place in the world? And the fundamental religious answer, as it has been for thousands of years, is my mind is not God's, which is a giant escape hatch. It also happens to be true from a religious point of view.
So if I may, that there are two sort of escape hatches here. There are two appeals to mystery going on here. And it seems to me that what you're saying is something along the lines of my simple appeal to mystery here is...
I like his phrasing here, appeal to mystery, because I like the idea, right, of Ben Shapiro trying to solve, like, an Agatha Christie novel, right? And, like, he gets halfway through and he stops reading the book. and just says, well, I don't understand who killed this guy, therefore God did it. Right? Like, he forgoes, unraveling the mystery, and instead is just like, oh, well, clearly God did the murder in this Agatha Christie novel. Who killed that person? God.
Disallowed in the way that you're allowed to appeal to this this mystery, because I'm the one making the claim. I think that
not because I'm the one making the claim, but because
I'm the one with the burden.
In
the context of this discussion,
sorry, I'm missing.
Yeah, the PureFlix version of Murder on the Orient Express just ends halfway through, and God walks on screen and says, "I did it. It was me the entire time." And then the credits roll.
Who's the you and who's the I in
yes.
a sense, but yes.
I see what you mean. I'm speaking for myself there.
Sorry.
If in the context of this discussion, this began the subject which I think is the first one you bring up in this video, free will. Here's this thing that I think exists, and on the basis of its existence, think entails the existence of a God, or at least points to the existence of a God. I shouldn't say entail. And then when I say that I don't think that the concept of free will is intelligible, and you say, well, how is it intelligible on atheism? And I say, I'm not sure it is, but it's not on theism either. And you say, well, there's my escape hatch. I can appeal to mystery. I don't think the burden is on me there. I think you were the one who's making the claim that free will does exist, that there is this mysterious property of the universe that escapes this determined or indeterminate dichotomy. And then when I say that this is unintelligible to me, and based on what I see to be fundamentally appeal to a law of logic, suddenly I'm the one making the claim. I'm the one with the burden who has to do the proving.
Yeah, like the fundamental claim that Ben Shapiro is trying to make here is not, again, as he said in the opening, that God exists. He's trying to say that essentially, free will exists. He just happens to believe that it exists in part due to his religious thinking, right? In which case, like, he is making a positive claim here that he needs to defend, and he can't defend it by just saying, oh, well, I can't defend it. Right? Like that's contradictory.
No, the actual claim that I originally made, if you recall, was a conditional claim.
Mm-hmm.
I did not claim free will exists, therefore God. I claimed if you believe free will exists, it cannot exist in a materialist universe. Now, you say, okay, fine, it doesn't exist in a materialist universe. I don't believe in free will.
Yes.
That's fine. That's totally plausible. As I said right at the top here,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to prove to you that God exists today. What I am going to say is that the vast majority of people throughout nearly all of human history have believed there is a thing called a self. It is a deciding self that makes these decisions. If you are
atheists believe that.
A person who believes that, you're right. It can't exist in your world. So I'm not saying that it does exist. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're totally right.
But again, like, the deciding self and the decisions it makes can still be in existence without free will. Like this is the like issue I'm having here, where he just seems to not fully understand this. Like, goodness gracious. Like, it is from your perspective that you believe you have free will, but your choices are shaped by, your experiences throughout your life, your social situation, your economic situation, your political situation. Like, it's all there to shape you. And on top of that, like, it shaped who your parents were and your parents' parents. And, like, that in turn is, like, shaped by genetics. And, like, the deciding self is a product of all of those things amalgamated into your current perspective and experience. Like, maybe a good analogy would be like, like velocity. You know, like from your perspective, you might not be going, you're standing still. From your perspective, you are just standing still, and that's that. But the reality is that that's all dependent on your point of view. It's all dependent on your perception. Because from many, an infinite number of other perceptions, you are moving at incalculable speeds. It's relative. Yeah, exactly. It's relativity. And I don't think that this is a controversial kind of conclusion to come to.
Right, and all of this is just a series of chemical firings. That's quite plausible. That's fine. What I have said, and this is the argument that hasn't yet been rebutted, is that society does require an extraordinary number of people to believe that they are capable of making decisions for the good or for the bad. Because, again, not everybody is you.
But you can. Like this is very interesting to me, right? Because, again, Ben Shapiro doesn't believe that good or bad can necessarily exist outside of a religious framework, right? So, like, his idea here is almost self-contradictory, right? Because he's saying atheists have no sense of self. They have none of this idea of making decisions for good or bad. And yet, atheists do. Atheists have ethical frameworks for making good or bad decisions. But what is good or bad varies very much from, like, ethical framework to ethical framework. And it also varies very much from religious framework to religious framework. So, like, Ben needs to then define good or bad, right?
Not everybody is capable of waking up in the morning, putting one half of their brain on hold, the side that says, what I'm doing today doesn't matter, and we are all going to wind up in the cosmic nothingness of space anyway, and the sun's going to...
But again, it's point of view. You don't have to have these coherent thoughts. Like, thinking these things doesn't necessarily make it so, and also, even if you're an atheist and you think, like, we all turn to dirt at the end of the day, that doesn't preclude you from finding meaning in life. So basically, Ben Shapiro just did the rhetorical equivalent of your little brother suddenly activating the bulletproof force field while playing soldier in the backyard. Yeah, essentially, yeah. Do I plan on laughing at the Republican debate? Maybe Holly Hoomst. The main thing is, I know it was shown on Hannity's program, and I want to be very careful about copyright. So... yeah, I don't necessarily want to take that risk right now.
Going to explode and eat the earth. Most people don't function that way. And so a functional society, a society that actually works, relies on people actually believing that their fate is...
Wait, Ben ought to be well fucking aware of how different Jews alone can be the same thing and how very, very different Jews and Christians can interpret the same things. Well, yes. However, Ben has a very convenient escape hatch for different Jews' views on things. And that is only fundamentalist religious Jews are real Jews. Everyone else who's merely culturally Jewish or isn't like a fully practicing Jew, they're fake Jews. That is his interpretation. This is why, like, Sam Cedar calls him Pope of the Jews, because he constantly is saying who are the good Jews and who are the bad Jews.
Is in their hands, and the way that people tend to...
And again, people have done literal hate crimes citing Ben Shapiro's reasoning and logic. Oh, we only did that hate crime because this synagogue was full of fake Jews.
Understand that on a day-to-day level is... I get up in the morning and I make a decision whether I'm taking my kids to school today. I get up in the morning and I decide whether I'm giving charity today. I get up in the morning and I decide whether to go to a job today. Because the truth is that
and most of the time, Ben Shapiro decides not to give charity. Ricky Lucas. Lukacs. Thank you very much for the 5 Riverboat Jack memberships over on YouTube. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. And that translates into, sorry. I'm really bad at math. Let's go right now. Boom. That is not correct. All right. There we go. We are getting ever closer to fully repairing my car. I appreciate so much of the support so far. Holy moly!
Merry Christmas.
Shai Halud, thank you for the $200 dono. My goodness. You guys. You guys. God damn. 1260. Let's go, y'all. Oh my god. You guys, I was so like today has been such a terrible day between like taking my car in and getting like a $1,400 extra bill and finding cockroaches in my apartment and like just I've been freaking out all day, and this helps me so much. Paladin lost pledging to match all donos until we hit the goal. God damn, Paladin, thank you so much. Guys, I really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. You're so close. We are so close. I don't have to say it. I cried prior to stream, and I came into stream feeling like I don't have any emotions left, and you guys are making me feel feelings, and it's really hard to feel them right now. God.
Paladin, let's go. Less than 3 Jack.
Mistress Lynn, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs over on riverboat.gg. That is 1,270. My god. I heard Signal Night was Sunday. I heard that Signal Night on Sunday is reserved for Demon Mama chatters, so I don't know that I'm going to be there for that. There was like a backup problem, but I will be on Demon Mama someday. Sorry, Somniostatic. Winby, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs.
Matching Ms. Treslin. Fins up, bitches.
Guys. Winby, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Paladin, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Archangel, thank you for the
Tears of Joy Flow.
Thank you for the $15 dono. Mistress Lynn, thank you for the $15 dono. My god.
I wanted 5 subs gifted less than 3.
Thank you.
Matching Arch and Lynn again.
God.
Bond, baby.
Chat, we are only $50 away from our goal.
Let's go chat. PWA Energy.
so much. They are happy tears, Sophie.
Matching metal kitty mom. BWA is knowing that nobody walks alone, especially in the Minnesota winter. BWA.
We did it. Thank you. Just thank you so much, guys. I didn't expect this. I came in with just kind of hoping maybe just hoping maybe to help a little bit.
Well done, chat. You made this wonderful woman so happy she cried.
I feel like I'm feeling a lot of feelings right now. I'm sorry.
There's nothing in the rules that says we have to stop at $1,400 to let a dog play basketball. Fins up, BWA. I hope this helps. BWA.
Just I feel like I feel this song in my heart right now. I know it's really corny. $14.20. Yeah. That's how I feel right now, Mistress Lynn. I feel like the ending of It's a Wonderful Life.
Hi, Jack. I know this might not be too much, but I hope it helps you out, nonetheless.
It helps me
I
out
hope
so
things
much.
get better for y'all soon, too.
I know a lot of people have I know it's typically associated with New Year's Eve. I also just really like the lyrics to it.
Ah, you simpletons. You absolute fools. You haven't donated out of the goodness of your heart, but merely out of the evolutionary imperative for mutual support. You were bamboozled again.
Oh, God. Just... You guys are having me drink the cup of kindness today, and I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, due to copyright Fortress Arc, I can't click your music links because I have not vetted them to be DMCA free. The song I played, the version of Old Lang Syne I just played, is from the Marine Corps, United States Marine Corps band, and is available under a public domain Mark 1 license, so I can play it on stream. I appreciate all y'all so much. I don't have words. I mean, I have words, but if Mariah Carey is allowed to be played, then my link is safe. It is definitely not. Not right. Not until we are safely out of the copyright fortress. There are feelings, and sometimes feelings mean more than words. Yeah. God. You guys are incredible, and I am so proud that you are the community that has come together. I don't know that I could have ever hoped to build a better community than this. But my goal and my dream is to bring more and more of you guys together where we can, you know, do good wherever we are. What about the trombone hero version of All I Want for Christmas Is You? Maybe, but I can't risk it. Sorry. We're on 2 copyright strikes, okay? I can't risk that. This is community you fostered. It's amazing space for all of us. I hope that it continues to be as we, you know, get bigger than Hassan, baby. Today I got one of the top posts on a subreddit by lighting up someone who was being transphobic to me with a screenshot of them. Hell yeah, Fortnite. Yeah, no, very very knifey duck. We're on this is why we are in the copyright fortress arc. Bread into toast.
WWAAAAAAAA.
Adding all those A's. Putting the bread. I was about to say putting the bread in that ass, but that's not a thing that anyone should say or do. Do not do. Do not do as I say. Where the fuck has bread been? A good question. God, I have your vids set to always on YouTube, and yet I never get notifications. Yeah, I also have I've been going through like some burnout, so a pretty bad space of burnout right now, and getting, being both the person in front of the camera making videos and also my own editor is hard. So I dropped the ball a little bit, and we had a few days without videos on the YouTube, and I posted one last night at like 3 a.m. And have one scheduled for tomorrow, but we'll and I was gonna spend a lot of time working on it today, but then I got an unexpected bill and decided to stream, and you guys really pulled through. A little reindeer and snowman, Teddy. Those are adorable. I hope your nibblings appreciate them. I really like the term nibblings. Yeah, I did try to. I sent emails to see if either party was willing to retract their copyright claims, and one of them didn't respond. The other one did, and was very rude about it. But with that being said, that is why we're in the Copyright Fortress arc. Nibblings is such a cute term. Yeah, Insomniostatic, I did freak out, but I'm trying to be as careful as possible, and anything that I do use on stream, very clearly making sure that it is under a banner under which I can argue fair use. God damn. I can't believe you guys fucking did it. Anything you stream can and will be clipped against you in a YouTube court of law. Yeah. Let's go back to our thing. Let's go back to this YouTube video. Now that we've got some feelings out of the way. You guys, can't believe it. Thank you.
For a huge number of people, and I would say this is true for not virtually all, many, I would say the majority of people, if they were informed since the time they were small that their decision-making process does not exist, there is no decision to be made. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Those decisions.
Well, that's the thing. The decision-making process still occurs. Like, it's not possible to not have a decision-making process. So, like, regardless of what you tell someone, they're going to have a decision-making process.
Decisions have no moral weight in the universe because the universe has no moral weight. There is no way to create a functional society on the basis of these premises. There may be a Platonic world where philosophers, can think about this in the gardens of their imagination and feel great about it, but that's not actually how society functions. Not for children, not for teenagers, not for adults.
Yes. And we're going to go on and talk about that in the second section. I had free will to ask any of the questions I've had written down here, but I just didn't want to. I didn't want to stop either of you. It's been breathless and captivating. I'm sure you'll agree. Before we go to our first break, we are going to go on and talk about society and how morality undergirds society and civilization.
May I just say, just I know we're coming to the end of the section, just to close off this moment, that if people listening agree with me that free will in fact doesn't exist, and simultaneously agree with you that free will is somehow necessary for the upkeep of civilization, then I would simply ask them to consider who's relying on the delusion here, Yeah. And I don't mean that as an insult, but you see what I'm saying, right?
I totally agree. And so from my argument, you would be, and from your argument, I would be. Yeah. Meaning, I think that you are delusional, there's no free will, and you think I'm delusional in the sense that there is no free will, and yet I believe in it.
Yeah. Something like that,
yes.
Yeah.
So for you, Alex, just before we go to the break then, because we're trying to break it down, we've got two insane minds here, really kind of grappling, and I feel as though
I'm just gonna go tell my partner real quick that you guys fucking did it. I'll be right back. Hi, everybody. Thanks. Just had to go share with the love of my life that we did it. Thanks for being patient with me. Yeah, Paladin Lost knows like everybody, or has met everybody. So cute. I mean, she's been with me like all day, you know, like through like my mental breakdown over a cockroach, through like me getting that unexpected bill. Did it even take us it took us under 2 hours to reach our goal, and I'm just blown away. Paladin Lost got us off on the right foot by getting us halfway there in like the first 5 minutes. Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't actually expect you guys to hit the goal tonight. I was just not expecting it. So I really appreciate it. Paladin Lost got us off. Indeed. All right, here we go. Back to this.
A prize and a competition just to be here sitting with you both. To break it down for the viewers, Alex, would you say that free will is maybe, if there is no such thing as free will, is it nevertheless a helpful fiction for people, a convenient narrative that we can cling to sort of bat away despair?
Precisely why it evolved, in my view. I think I totally understand that, but because it evolved so strongly, I will say that we are all, if we are sort of delusory in our belief in free will. I mean, you're quite right in saying that I act as if free will exists in the sense of not constantly being aware that it doesn't. I don't wake up and do those strange morning affirmations that you mentioned into the mirror about, you know, the sort of heat death of the universe. But
maybe you should.
People, I think it is good to reflect on your mortality in that manner every once in a while, and it does inspire some serious thought about whether you're really taking your philosophy seriously. But I will say that the mechanism is so useful and has been so successful in embedding itself into our psyche that we cannot shake it off. So I can I can have conversations with people, as I do regularly, talking about the existence of free will, and they come away saying, you know what, that's extraordinary, maybe you're right about this. And nothing about the way they live their lives changes, precisely because of the fact that the very argument I'm making relies on the assumption that we will still be driven by our drives. All I'm doing is identifying what's actually going on there, in my view. It doesn't actually change what happens or what the brain indeed does. So
yeah, and this makes sense, right? Because he's not like making an argument about the function of people's brains per se. He's making a philosophical argument about existence or non-existence of free will. So like it's not surprising that like the mechanics of how they think and cogitate like doesn't change. Yeah, exactly, somniostatic. Like this is it's an involuntary reflex. God damn, Nindrine. Vine boom sound. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? You just dropped a $500 dono? Just like what? Oh, just what? I'm just playing with my hair. I don't know what I'm doing. What? Nindrine, holy moly. I didn't do shit. Thank you so goddamn much. Oh my god. BWAHAHAHAHAH. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Holy fuck. Chat. I like, you guys not only tonight have not only like helped me pay for this unexpected expense, but like you guys are also like saving my ability to like do Christmas with my loved ones. And I really, from the bottom of my heart, have so much gratitude to you guys. Thank you so much. Literally, you guys are saving Christmas for me, and I don't have words. Nandrine just came in and made us all feel inadequate. Well, there's a reason why she's the Queen of Blades. Okay. Was she made a queen, or was she born a queen? Yeah. Some are just born with it. Hey, I'm broke. I'm just chilling. Yeah, but like, even if you're just here watching and vibing, I appreciate all y'all for being here. All we want for Christmas is you.
My ADD really likes round numbers sometimes, and that 55 was bothering me.
Oh my god.
BWA.
Chat. I was done crying. Hi, Metal Kitty Mom. But don't say that on a plane. Cry them? I can't cry on demand. I'm gonna need to hydrate, yeah. All I have is this energy drink. Only you have the power to make Jack cry. I appreciate you so much, Nindrine. I know you've been super busy, but I hope you're doing okay. I know things were like wild and crazy for you for a bit. Hope it's settling down. Is that the Aussie lemonade? No, I couldn't find it, so I got a mango loco, which is very good. The Aussie lemonade is my go-to now because it's like 60 calories less and also still delicious and full of caffeine. So my goal is to switch over to less and less sugary beverages, and over time transition to like V8 energies. Right? Aren't they good, Paladin? I'm even busier now. You picked up another contract. Holy shit. How? How do you have so much? How do you have the ability? I do the 10-calorie cans of Monster. I need to give. I've been slowly trying to try more different cans of Monster to see like what I can get that will still caffeinate me and satisfy me. Sleep is for the weak. One second. I do need hydration. Let me come get it. God, I love my partner so much. She brought me a cup of water. Check my DMs. Will do. You're literally 100% pink. Yeah. Oh, damn! Nindreen? That is looking really good. Water is that, you know, this water hitting. Rain has some. The thing I'm looking for, Shai Hulud, is like an energy drink that doesn't leave kind of like that aspartame, like cloying sweetness behind. You know, like so many of the 0-calorie like energy drinks do that to me, and I dislike it a lot. Somnia Static, I've been thinking maybe the direction I need to go is like acclimating myself to coffee through like sweetened coffee beverages, and then just slowly move down to like black iced coffee or something. You know? Get like slowly work my way down to cold brew. Yeah. I feel like it would be better for my health. Oh. Honey is good in coffee? Ooh. Actually thought about adding honey to coffee. The 0-calorie ultra white monster. I'll give that a try. I remember not hating it, but not loving it. Maybe I just need to give it another try. Oh, hiccups. I'll also have to look into rain. The green 0-calorie monster is green apple, if you like that. Ooh, I haven't tried that one. There's like a paradise fruit flavored one that I've tried that was like pretty good, but try wading into toxic sewage. True. What are we talking about? We're talking about energy drinks. But now we're going back to this because I am genuinely invested in this. I just keep getting sidetracked by you wonderful, wonderful people. Thank you so much.
The utility argument for what you're saying about free will is that the main utility in you saying these...
This is going to be hell for me to edit. There's so many cutaways.
Things is for people not to believe you in the end.
We are predetermined to go to a break at this point. So we're going to continue this. You're watching and listening to the big conversation from Premier Unbelievable with me, your host, Andy Kind. I've been joined today by Alex O'Connor and Ben Shapiro, and we are having a fascinating conversation about religion and whether it's good or bad for society. There's lots.
This is a very interesting conversation. Usually Ben Shapiro just makes religious claims and then doesn't really back them up, and doesn't really have someone to challenge him on that. So this is actually an interesting conversation to see Ben kind of out of his depth with someone he can't just dismiss as like an intellectual inferior.
Much more to come, so we'll be back.
Yeah, there's still 50 minutes of this because you guys keep being really wonderful to me, and also because I keep pausing to like talk. Like we've been doing stuff.
After this short break. Enjoying the conversation? Tell us who persuaded you in our survey, and if you want
oh god, no.
more from today's conversation, then register to get early access to the next show.
This has been interesting. I don't know about like the political leanings of like this show, but if you want to check it out for yourselves, I'm just linking it in chat here.
Welcome back to the big conversation from Premier Unbelievable with me, your host, Andy Kine. Today, our topic is religion. Is it good or bad for society? And I've been joined by Ben Shapiro and Alex O'Connor. And in the first section, we basically solved the problem of free will. That's done. No one need write on that ever again. So congratulations. That's another credit for you.
Yeah, I think on the delusion point, we terminated in something like I know you are, but what am I?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And my dad can beat up your dads. So let's move on in this section to talking about another easily solved question, morality and its role in society. So, Alex, we started with Ben in the first section. Let's start with you. What for you makes an outcome good or
Ashley.
bad? And feel free to break that down, define.
Also, Paladin, I did take you up on the offer of not the offer, but the recommendation of that like that Marsala. Was it a Marsala? I forget exactly what it was. But I bought that and I'm going to be trying it out soon.
Find things as you want. And how do we determine
Insomnia Noir.
what is good and acceptable in society?
Here is where I may disappoint you and potentially excite Mr. Shapiro in that I don't have a good answer to that question. Okay. In that, obviously, attempts have been made for a long time to ground good outside of God. I must say that similarly to rehash the same theme, I think there are issues with grounding good in God as well. I don't think that removes the problem. I don't quite know what good is if it indeed exists. I'm quite suspicious of the concept. I think it might be another one of these unfortunately quite nihilistic evolutionary sort of illusions of a sort. I guess I ascribe to emotivism more than anything, which has sort of gone out of fashion in the past decade, but I think still has some truth to it in a sense. It's more of a philosophy of language than it is a philosophy of what good and bad actually is. What I do know, however, is that there are problems, I think, with trying to ground morality in the existence of a God, especially if it's done so on the grounds that it essentially can't be done anywhere else. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the religions of the world are false. I think that they are incorrect. That is, I don't think there really is a supernatural authority. And what that means is that the inventions of religious morality are just those, inventions, and inventions of a human mind. Now, if you have a human morality that recognizes that it is essentially a series of compromises between the history of mankind trying to get along with each other on a planet, then what happens is sometimes...
No, it wasn't a Marsala. What was it? It was the tikka masala, not Marsala. The tikka masala. The Kitchens of India paste. I'm really excited to use it.
These ideas and these philosophies rub up against the real world, and we can adapt them as necessary. Now, there is a deep problem with this, and that is, if I meet a man who wants to kill me, or a friend, and he says that he doesn't believe in God, there's very little I can do to talk him out of that, except I can threaten him with legal sanction, I can threaten him with moral reproach, exclusion from the moral community, but there's not much more I can do. However, if a person says that he wants to kill me, and he believes that he wants to kill me because God has told him to do so, then I don't even have that minimal reproach available to me, because there is no law written by any man of any time that could ever count one iota against the dictates of the creator of the universe. Therefore, if that God in fact does not exist, and if these moralities are in fact human inventions, then what you have in the grounding of an ethical system in the dictates, allegedly, of the creator of the universe is all of the arbitrariness and subjectivity and failure and faults of nihilism and human invented morality, with all of the certainty and all of the faith and all of the unanswerability of the creator of the universe. That to me seems a dangerous cocktail that we drink at our peril.
And this is what's really interesting about this conversation, right? Which is that Ben Shapiro earlier talked about the kind of unanswerability, or the kind of used the god of the gaps as kind of like an escape hatch. but it's actually a double-edged sword because it allows him to escape that particular concern. It allows him to escape the previous conversation on like free will, right? But it doesn't necessarily allow him a lot of wiggle room on this particular attack, right? Because if you can simultaneously use that escape hatch, so can a murderer who believes he's been ordered by God to do murders, right? You ask him why has God ordered you to do this? For what reason has God ordered you to do this? And like he can just be like, I don't pretend to know the fullness of God's mind. He's God. Right? Like, so it's a double-edged sword here for Ben Shapiro trying to claim that only religious-minded people have a moral grounding.
So many things there, and so much that you're saying is quite brilliant. I actually thought you were going in a different direction with that last example, which I'll explain in a second. So, yeah, to start with the very beginning, obviously, the idea of right and wrong. So there are many problems with emotivism. Alistair McIntyre does a good job sort of breaking down the problems with emotivism. But the sort of idea that there have to be certain moral absolutes that are beyond contention, and those moral absolutes have to be universally accepted. You can ground that, I suppose, in a sort of descriptive universe. The problem is that, to go back to your example, which again I think is a really interesting one, if a man comes to kill me, I think the real question of religion versus non-religion in the utility sphere here is it more likely that a man is going to come to kill you being a devotee of a religion that says that he must kill you, or is it more likely that a man is going to kill you out of self-interest because he is not a devotee of a...
But this isn't a very good argument. This is just saying like, oh, one is more likely than the other, right? But we're not talking about the likelihood of these things. We're talking about, you know, the foundational grounding of these two incidents.
Of a God who says that killing is wrong. So if you are faced with these two alternatives, to kind of remove your example one step, the question is why the man has come to kill you. I mean, that's your premise is the man has come to kill you because God told him to, and so he can't be dissuaded by force. Agreed. We see that full scale in the real world on a fairly regular basis. It is also true that over the course of human history, men have come to kill one another on the basis of self-interest in extraordinary amounts of the time. Tribal self-interest particularly having...
Yeah, but the issue there is you can make arguments for why, for example, it wouldn't be in their self-interest to attack you, right? And those arguments can then be like reasoned with. Like there can be a back and forth, there can be a communication, a dialogue between self-interested parties, right? In a lot of respects, this is what we see in geopolitical terms, right? Kind of these dialogues between self-interested parties that are essentially arguing back and forth, hey, don't attack me. Why? Because I can inflict a lot of damage upon you if you attack me. But we'd get X, Y, and Z out of attacking you. But you see, we will destroy X and Y, so you'd only get Z, and that wouldn't be worth attacking us for. So, like, this is kind of the language that nations use to communicate with each other. But if one of those nations were to just be like, well, God told us that we need to kill, you know, we need to invade and kill you, there's not really an argument to be made. Like, you know, there can be, you know, like some examples of this historically, like the Crusades come to mind. And of course, there was a lot of self-interest in the Crusades, but it's a very notable and long-lived example of, you know, a number of military campaigns launched against people specifically because under the auspices of God having told them to do so. Yeah, you really going to attack us over a Z?
No particular relationship with God, just the idea that I want to kill you over territory, I want to kill you over resources, I want to kill you because you're not a member of my immediate kin family.
Well, and Beata, you can also find this in fundamentalist dharmic religions as well, right? Like, it's maybe more common in dualistic religions, but you can find elements of this type of thinking in those religions as well, right? It's like the fundamentalist religious thinking that can lead to, you know, this extremist, like, God told me to kill you, or, you know, the universe told me to kill you. It's in the best interest of everyone for me to kill. Like, you can find variations that effectively boil down to the same thing.
Or because you killed a member of my kin family, and so in revenge, I need to kill a member of your kin family. The entire, to borrow from your language, the entire sort of evolution of religion on a utility basis would have been to create moral absolutes that are applicable more broadly than to you and your friends. Any morality that can be created on an individual level is inherently dangerous because you can immediately graft that morality onto your personal self-interest. The entire purpose of religion, whether you want to ground that in evolutionary brain functionings, or whether you want to ground that in revelation, the entire purpose of religion on a utility level is to remove morality from the purview of my special interest and to say, here are things that I cannot do, even if they are in my interest, because
I think this is a very ahistorical argument. The idea that, like, religion removes personal interest from the equation here is laughable. Like, it's I mean, you can look back through history, and that has not I maybe not ever been the case. Like, it's quite interesting because, again, this is another part of kind of the double-edged sword I was talking about earlier, where Ben Shapiro's talking about this, like, oh yeah, religion removes, like, this more, like, you know, removes morality as, like, a tool for people to use in their self-interest, but, like, people use religion in their self-interest all the time. And you like, there are extraordinarily notable instances of this throughout history. And I mean, like, maybe a notable one would be like the Borgia family, you know, the Borgia line of popes. Like, or yeah, Caesar would be another one, literally making just the cult around yourself. I mean, like, the divine right of kings, for fuck's sake. Like, it is, I mean, like, it's not even like close, right? Like, it's been a tool throughout history to co-opt this element of religion, and if you question it, the response that they have ready-made is the one that Ben used and defined as an escape hatch, right? It's just, well, God told me to. God came to me in a dream and told me it was time to invade England. Literally the King James Bible, yeah.
Because there is a higher power that says I cannot do these things. I think that a society that does not have these moral absolutes is in deep trouble. A society that refuses to say that there are certain absolutes that cannot be crossed under any circumstances that are universally applicable, it reduces things that we all take for granted, like equal justice before the law, like the idea that the law is supposed to equally apply to everybody, whether they're a member of your family or whether they're not. And there are broad cultural differences in these questions. I mean, to pretend that all humans...
But that's also, like, equal judgment under the law also isn't necessarily present in religious thinking. What? The Bible literally lays out different rules for, like, slaves and masters. It lays out, like, different rules for kings and common folk. Like, there are so many problems with this that it is again, this is Ben Shapiro out of his depth and floundering hard.
Societies have equality under law is obviously not true. It's not even remotely true, actually. There's a very good book called The Weirdest People in the World, all about the idea that we in the West have this sort of ethnocentric view of ourselves where we think everybody thinks like people in the West. But the truth is that because we are Western educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic, we have particular views of the world. Those views are drawn from a particularistic tradition. That particularistic tradition is biblical in nature. I mean, it is Judeo-Christian in nature, even if you're just describing European society or American society historically speaking. So the
idea that Europe would be described as Judeo-Christian, historically speaking, is incredibly rich, considering the lengthy 1,000-plus-year-long history of European attitudes towards Jewish people. Judeo-Christian is like a term created in like the last 100 years by revisionists, historical revisionists, to like justify, this, I guess maybe to justify Zionism, to justify like this coherent worldview against the scary Asian peoples and the savages of Africa. Like it's specifically designed to be a point of contention between, the West and the rest of the world. And it's not, it is deliberately designed to be that way in order to justify, Islamophobia, like all kinds of different ideological backings. Ben is conceiving of God as the Abrahamic God, specifically the Christian God. I know he's Jewish, but he appeals to evangelicals to such a degree that he doesn't really represent Jewish theology all that well. Well, that's because he knows he can't to the audience he has cultivated, Like, Ben Shapiro, I imagine, is very keenly aware of the delicate position he holds within the conservative media space. That it's why Candace Owens and like, I don't know, Steven Crowder attack him essentially for being Jewish. Like the dynamic at play, and the dynamic at play is growing worse, by the way.
The kind of removal of God from the equation, your suggestion is that God makes a person impervious to countervailing responses. And my answer is yes, God does make a person impervious to countervailing responses, including the evils of one's own heart, if you truly believe that God is standing above you, telling you not to do that thing. And again, social science tends to bear this out. People who believe
like you can find examples in Judeo-Christian like text, right? Like wasn't it Samson who was told by God to like murder an entire nation of people using the jawbone of an ass? Like I mean like you can but and yet the biblical text says thou shalt not kill, like it turns out that God can indeed, in the worldview and moral framework of these religious fundamentalists, contradict himself and justify atrocity. Or the prophet who called a bunch of bears on like a group of children for calling him bald. I mean, like, again,
that God is above them tend to give more charity, for example. People who tend to live inside religious communities, within the religious community. And I'm not going to pretend that I think all religions are equivalent in their truth propositions, because I don't. I mean, if I did, I wouldn't be wearing a yarmulke, right? So that's just what it is. Inside religious communities, a lot of social bonds and a lot of social frameworks are built on the basis of this shared belief system. In other words, diversity itself, self-interest, cannot always check self-interest, and it tends to tear apart societies and communities unless there is an orienting goal. That orienting goal traditionally has been performed by church. It's been traditionally performed by the idea that you are serving God together. And because of that, people build these social bonds, including the institutions of police, for example, to prevent people from killing each other, because we now all agree that killing is wrong. And so we ought to have a third party that we can actually give the power to stop that killing. So again, I think that the question of utility here is one of whether you think that the chief danger is that people are going to believe in a God who tells them to kill in God's name, or whether you think that the chief danger is in man's own heart, and that man is going to be driven by his own self-interest to commit murder and then call it something else.
I think it's all very well and good when this religious tradition is protecting what you think is good. But as we know, it can do the exact opposite, and it can do so with the same force.
Sure.
And I suppose the question we have to ask is whether this is a worthwhile trade-off. That is to say, that there may be some social utility in putting our fundamental ethical assumptions outside of the realm of debate. But when those ethical statements begin to inspire what we would probably consider to be less than socially cohesive behavior, there is nothing you can do, nothing to talk people out of them, precisely because that's where they've placed them. And that seems dangerous to me. And it seems, for example, a lot of people talk about how religion can make people happier, it can make people more socially cohesive, it can promote people to start families and have children. This is true of most religions. This is also true of Islam, which I'm not sure you would want to say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm not sure you'd want to say is a force for good in the world. I don't think, in other words, that it's always a worthwhile trade-off. Now,
I agree with you, by the way.
Just because you mentioned how the sort of culture of Europe and its success and America is indebted to Christianity. I mean, this is of course true in a sense, but there's been a recent revival, it seems. I don't really know quite how it's happened. I think it's got a lot to do with Tom Holland, maybe. That's the historian, not the super...
Tom Holland? Spider-Man? Oh no! I like that he immediately clarified not the Spider-Man. Tipster, we've actually already raised the money, and my community came through. It was incredible. I brought my car in to check an oil leak too, and they found I had tires near bursting, 2 drive belts almost breaking, and a leaking coolant hose, and in addition to the leak. So I'm glad I brought it in. Yeah, no, bread into toast. My car apparently was like, and I believe them because my grandma owned this car for, like 15 years or so. Like, there's been no maintenance done since it was bought in 2006. So I had assumed there had been much more recent maintenance. There had not been. So I'm incredibly lucky that thing didn't just explode or like Wile E. Coyote Acme fall apart. Yeah, no, she wasn't rough on it. Like, I got it when it had like 30,000 miles on it. So like, that's a really good deal, but still 17 years, even with not that much mileage, is going to cause a lot of issues,
The hero.
Not Spider-Man.
This idea that
Although
actually...
he's good too. He's a good
Actually,
guy.
the great... I wonder what he would have to say on all of this.
I'd love to hear Tom Holland engage in this conversation. That'd be great.
The Western civilization sort of depends and should be in gratitude to a religious tradition because it provided this kind of ethical framework in which this could have arisen. We hear about the scientific enlightenment. We hear about the grounding of ethics and God, the creation of natural rights, as if these things weren't established in resistance all the way along to the religious tradition.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, Ben Shapiro opposes Enlightenment thinking. if you go into conservative circles, like the ones Ben Shapiro fosters and runs in, they will denigrate Enlightenment values and thinking all the way through, and then simultaneously take credit for the improvements those ideas made on society. They'll be like, oh, well, they came from the Judeo-Christian background, so we get to take credit for that, ignoring entirely the fact that, like, Enlightenment thinkers were postulating ideas counter to the religious majority in their various nations.
A society that today, I'll expand on this if you like, a society today that decides that religion throughout its history has been wrong about the position of women in society, wrong about the mortal fate of practicing homosexuals, wrong about the position of the earth in relation to the sun, wrong about the age of both of those celestial bodies, wrong about the common evolutionary ancestry of every animal, including the human animal, on planet Earth, wrong about the ownership of other human beings as private property, now has to contend with a religious tradition that doesn't come to us with contrition.
Ooh, I feel like we're getting close to the clip I saw that had to do with slavery. I feel like the conversation is going to pivot here.
An apology and say, well, maybe we were wrong about these things. But no, these are all our things after all. We're going to claim these things. That is, I know that St. Paul says, I suffer not a woman.
Yeah, exactly, Fought Knight. I feel like that's kind of what I said at the beginning, right? Like, Ben Shapiro takes his stance and then works backward in order to justify it.
Teach nor to usurp authority over a man, rather she should remain silent, for Adam was formed first, then Eve, and that man is the glory of God, but woman is the glory of man. But don't you know?
Yeah, so, Sophie, you need to practice being a homosexual. It's the only way you become pro homosexuality.
That the social justice movement is essentially Judeo-Christian in origin. I know that the Old Testament not only explicitly condones the ownership of other human beings as private property, but gives detailed instructions about exactly how to buy and indeed take them, sometimes including as sexual property. But don't you know that the abolitionist movement was essentially Judeo-Christian in origin? Yes, I know that Galileo was shown the instruments of torture by the Inquisition for having the temerity to suggest that the Earth might orbit the Sun rather than the other way around. But don't you know that the scientific revolution, which he authored, was essentially Judeo-Christian in origin? I'd find it funny if it wasn't so offensive to the people who established these very developments against the very religious traditions that now want to claim them as their own.
Okay, so I would buy that, except for...
I feel vindicated and validated a little bit hearing, like, Alex O'Connor make my argument. I feel like in a way I'm just kind of like, yes, nailed it. The homo elite.
For the fact that many of the people that you mention in these contexts explicitly counted themselves as religious believers and were speaking in the name of the religion while they were doing it. So to take the abolitionist movement as an example, I mean, William Wilberforce, obviously a tremendously religious person and a big believer in
I love, by the way, that Ben Shapiro is going to pretend for a moment that he, like, oh, yeah, I love the revolutionary, folks who the revolutionary abolitionists. I wonder what Ben Shapiro has to say about John Brown. Ben Shapiro, John Brown. Okay, well, this is very interesting. This is interesting. I googled Ben Shapiro, John Brown, and when you know it, this trailer is amazing. This video isn't available anymore. I actually wrote a script on the John Brown Harper's Ferry raid. Harriet Tubman is a character in it. My ideal casting was Cynthia Erivo as Tubman. This is a perfect trailer. Oh, God. Okay, well, in 2019, he's at least somewhat okay. I do enjoy that Ben Shapiro, however, does take, like some nominal support for John Brown here, but at the same time will just be like, Ben Shapiro dismantles the left's claim that America was built on slavery. I think John Brown would vehemently disagree with this position. Anyway.
In the New Testament, Isaac Newton, obviously deeply ensconced in the New Testament, right? Yeah, certainly important to the scientific revolution. The point about religion, and this is why when I wrote my book, I have to name the title now and plug myself.
Because Zakina, I love survival horror games, and Signalis is very good. I played some of it on stream.
You got to wave around.
The right side of history. But the reason that I talked about how reason and moral purpose made the West is because I think that one of the fundamental precepts of at least Judeo-Christian religion.
Again, Ben Shapiro will demand like a moral or pretend religion has a moral uniformity. But when it comes to like historical examples, he is incredibly comfortable picking and choosing. Incredibly comfortable, like disregarding examples that would be inconvenient to his narrative.
Is that when God gives a text or a set of ideas to human beings, he expects us to use our reason to
That tweet makes it look like he thinks John Brown was cool because he knew famous people. Yeah, I feel like the follow-up tweet about like how John Brown knew everybody. He had supporters like Ralph Waldo Emerson. Just kind of reads like Ben Shapiro wrote like, what if Bill and Ted's Big Adventure, but with John Brown? like that's just, he knew everybody. Look at all these historical figures assembled.
Apply to those texts. And so the sort of evolution of interpretation is part of the religious tradition. I mean, that's always been the case in my religion anyway. So I always hesitate to speak on behalf of other people's religions because I don't know them nearly as well as I know my own. So when I talk about sort of the application of reason to tradition in the religious tradition, obviously we have books and books and books of texts discussing and debating these very ideas, and the idea
okay, sorry, I just unlocked a core memory. Does anyone remember the first person shooter game about a Civil War soldier who gets like sucked into like a time war? It was called Darkest of Days. Can we get the trailer here? Hell yeah. Let's go.
Sure. You're our last best chance to keep history intact, so no pressure, buddy.
Just mowing down Roman legionaries. Oh my god, was that a concentration camp? So like this game, right? You should play this on stream, maybe. New Time Splitters game just dropped. Okay, but this game, but it's John Brown gets a hold of a time machine and goes throughout history like liberating different oppressed groups, or like gets sucked into like the future to do that. I don't know, that'd be pretty cool. I'd like that. We need more. Yeah, we need more crazy time warp stories like Samurai Jack. John Brown's Harper's Ferry too. Harp harder. I like the idea of yeah. John Brown didn't die. He got sucked into an interdimensional portal. And everyone just said he was successfully hung because they didn't know how else to explain it. Yeah, no, like John Brown just time traveling to kill dictators. I would love that. I would love it. Tom Clancy, but John Brown. Anyway, I don't like that. Sorry, that was a transition to just like my mental rabbit hole. But thank you all for following me. One of the missions involved recovering a future laser beam from an abolitionist Union soldier who thought God gave it to him to annihilate the Confederacy. Honestly, based. Should have waited a little bit longer for that to happen.
Of religious debate has always been central to the idea of Judeo-Christian religion, and when it hasn't been, it's been seen as repressive and has spawned then other Christian movements that then argue with the.
But you see, if you're a Union soldier who thinks God gave you a laser to annihilate the Confederacy, there's no way for someone to negotiate with you on that one.
Original movement and end up generating in almost Hegelian fashion some new form of interpretation. The point that I'm making is that outside that framework, it doesn't exist, meaning that once if the argument is over interpretation of particular biblical verses in a context in which there is a God who puts certain moral precepts beyond human judgment, those arguments you can have without threatening the entire social structure. What is very difficult is to have a social structure at all in the absence of fundamental moral precepts that are presupposed by everyone. And I think one of the reasons that you're seeing a sort of revival of this idea that religion is very important to the West is because one of the things that we have seen is that as religion has become less important to the West, we've seen declining birth rates en masse.
Thought Knight, elaborate. Who is this Holy Mac? And what are his episodes?
We've seen rises in suicidal ideation. We've seen, especially over the last 10 years, tremendous individual atomization, certainly an extraordinary amount of less social connection.
Again, though, like, this is causation does not equal correlation, or correlation does not equal causation, right? Like, he's looking at these statistics and attributing it to the decline of, like, people being part of, like, organized religious groups, but there could be other causes, like, say, capitalism continuing to alienate and profiting off of the social isolation people experience. Like, there's a reason social media companies make money, and that reason is people spending time on their apps as opposed to like socializing with each other, or the commodification of like romantic loneliness through dating apps. Like, we can look at all of these different things and how they better serve capital, but Ben Shapiro can't acknowledge that because, in his view, that's A, unacceptable because he knows who butters his bread, and B, like, he's looking at it as pure, well, clearly the only answer could be religion.
Right? All of these things are things that, frankly, used to be provided by church and these social institutions that, again, were oriented toward a single purpose. So when you talk about the idea that, I'm going to put aside the free will discussion because I think, again, it's easy to get caught up in the reversion to the argument that I was making before when you were saying that,
Thought Night, I need this linked to me so I can like take a look at it, because that could be very funny.
Can you argue the man out of stabbing you? To use your framework, I mean, you can't argue him out of doing anything. I mean, you're going to say words. The words are going to have an impact, but you can't argue him out of doing anything. But not to get back into a topic that we've handled. Free will is done.
I'm not gonna answer that, although hopefully people will know from what I said before that I think it's still sensible to say you can argue.
Well, yeah, no, and Beata, like as religious communities fractured under the weight of atomization thrust upon communities by capital, right? The people who stayed are the most radicalized, right? The people who stayed within these religious communities tend to be the people who, you know, have bought the entire thing hook, line, and sinker. You know, they believe like the literal interpretation of their scripture, right? And it's like that's it's not surprising, I guess, that the process of atomization, like, I guess, hyper focus these communities into like their craziest possible messaging.
Somebody out of something. The first half of what you say there is in so many words, I think, what I was saying before, which is that yes, this goes both ways. That is, thanks be to God when...
Oh my God, there are 9 seasons of this show? What? Oh my God. Wait, how long are these episodes? I'm sorry. Okay, they're only like 30 seconds long. We will have a day. Wait, I need to go premium. Oh wait, is this a full goddamn episode of television? I need to subscribe to the Church Militant for $10 a month? Oh my God. Wait, no you don't. It's free. You're viewing the free version of this program. I think you can watch it with ads. We will explore this after we finish this episode. The first ones are 30 seconds long? Oh, okay.
He is able to provide us with the grounding for resisting oppression and throwing off tyranny.
Does Demon Mama cover this?
What about when the same God is used to justify the exact opposite?
All
I'm saying is that this goes both ways.
But you're going to have to weigh in one side or the other, in terms of utility. Right? You're building a society. Let's say that I won't say you're God. Let's say that you are master of a society, and you get to build that society. One of the things that presumably you are going to do is you're going to build in certain things that are untouchable. Right? There's going to be certain moral precepts that you're going to build in.
I can tell you that we will watch Holy Mac at your request. Maybe not today, but on a future stream.
Are untouchable. And how are you going to justify those things to people such that they are going to believe you? You're going to either have to use compulsion, or you're going to have to use some sort of other argument that is so strong that they are going to overweigh their self. I mean, there's a reason why Voltaire suggested he didn't believe in God, but he hoped that his maid did, so she wouldn't steal the silverware.
Yeah, that's an interesting indictment on the position that theists don't say that atheists can't be moral, right? When people have this argument about morality,
atheists can certainly be moral.
Well, oftentimes people have this misunderstanding of the argument. Christopher Hitchens did it best in saying, we don't need divine permission to be good. And
I do very much enjoy that. Like Ben Shapiro has to waffle about every time Alex asks him a question. My powers of prognostication are unmatched.
Fine, but as you say, you don't need to believe in God to be good, but you need to believe in God to ground that goodness. But then when you sort of casually throw in this statement by Voltaire, I don't believe in God, but I hope that my maid does. That implies that actually maybe you do think that without the belief in God, somebody isn't going to.
No, I think that Voltaire thought that he was good, meaning that Voltaire was an atheist and thought that he was good. But his point was sort of back to the Straussian Platonic point.
His point was that he hoped his maid believed in God because without that belief, she wouldn't be able to act morally.
Right. Because again, when we're arguing on the basis of broad societal utility, one of the things, so I happen to be in the happy position of being able to...
I need to stress to you guys just how much Ben Shapiro is getting his ass beat in the marketplace of ideas right now. Ben just said, quote, use that Voltaire quote, right? And then Alex just points out, hey, this quote that you just used says the opposite of what you are saying. And now Ben is going to be scrambling here to try and right the ship, as it were.
To argue that what I think is socially useful also happens to be true.
Mm-hmm.
The question I'm asking you, and I think that's what a lot of this conversation is whether you think that what is socially useful is actually false or an evolutionary illusion. And I think that...
Oh, and Beata, just wait. We haven't gotten to the part yet that I saw, but I need you all to understand that while he is trying to frame himself here mechanically as a utilitarian ethical relativist or moral relativism, applying some degree of moral relativism, he doesn't seem to be aware that that is what he is doing, which is very, it makes it so much funnier.
That's kind of the position that you're taking, unless you want to argue that, generally speaking, religion is either not evolutionarily adaptive, which would be a hard position to actually take.
Well, I think it must be, otherwise it wouldn't exist.
Or you'd have to argue that it's, even if it's adaptive, it's of no general benefit to humankind or is an illusion, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's the position that you're taking. So one of the things that I'm enjoying about the conversation is that I don't think either of us are going to argue each other in anything, but it is clarifying what exactly the lines of the division are.
Yes, to backtrack a moment, because you said more than one thing in what I just responded to. You also mentioned, you talked about Isaac Newton being a Christian. So, I mean, people were astonished discovering his private notes to find that he spent more time talking about theology than he did science. This is certainly the case, but I do think it's worth pointing out when people like to notice that the originators of the scientific revolution in particular were believers in God. There are a few things to say on that. First, we don't know what Galileo thought in his heart of hearts, and part of the reason for that is because despite tripping over himself to say, now look, I don't think Scripture is wrong, now look, I believe in God and I am a Christian and I believe in Scripture, but maybe the Earth orbits the Sun, his life falls apart. So suppose he did secretly have doubts about the existence of God. Do you think we'd ever have even found out about it?
And that's an unfalsifiable argument.
I think not a chance. In other words,
but the lack of falsifiability makes it difficult for me making a counter argument.
In other words, let's not be so
maybe
confident.
Maybe he did have a secret diary, but I have no proof that he had a secret diary.
What I'm saying is, let's not be so confident about this. The second thing to say is that these men,
they literally were like, hey, we got this whole thing called the Inquisition where we go around torturing people. Like, what? You think he would write down? Yeah, I think the Inquisition is wrong. I don't believe in this shit. You think he'd be honest? The fuck you on about? No one would ever do that. Just tell lies in order to not be tortured.
If that's what they were remembered for, that is their theology, then they wouldn't be remembered. Thirdly, is that just on the minor point that people often like to point out that, well, the originators of the scientific revolution were religious, and so science can't conflict with religion. I'm not going to make the claim that science does conflict with religion in principle, but supposing that it did, this would not serve as a rebuttal, because if it were the case that the scientific revolution and the scientific method undermines religion, then of course the people who invented the scientific method would themselves have been religious, because they hadn't invented the mechanism by which it came to be undermined yet.
Yeah, but then afterward they presumably would be irreligious or a-religious, which is what happened to Darwin, for example.
It doesn't happen that quickly, right? It really doesn't happen.
True. On an individual level, it certainly
if we're talking about the development of the scientific method, we're not talking about the kind of thing that just happens in a lifetime. I mean, to attribute it to Galileo and Newton as we happily do is far too simplistic. This is something that happens over at least decades.
Right, again, what Alex is hitting on here is that history does not operate along great man lines. However, Ben Shapiro is a proponent, I believe, and if I'm wrong, someone please correct me, but is a proponent of kind of this great man view of history, which is where all of us are just plebeians, and every so often one scintillating genius comes along to dazzle us with their wit and knowledge and imagination, right? And these geniuses are the people who move society forward towards and improve the lives of people across the board, right? And that's just not how society functions. It's not how history has functioned. And that's what Alex is getting at here. Like, you can have people who like came up and codified like the scientific method, but they might not necessarily be able to use it to arrive to certain conclusions in the time that they're operating. And in fact, it takes multiple generations of like people interpreting the scientific method until, you know, people start realizing, hey, this is kind of at odds, or is leading me to conclusions that are at odds with the religious establishment. And what Alex has furthermore kind of demonstrated already is that religion is evolutionary. It adapts to whatever circumstance you put it into. So like, it's not really that surprising that Ben is now trying to claim like the scientific method as like a religious invention.
Making both an individual argument and a broader historical argument. So
yes.
Pick one.
And so what I'm saying is that the individual beliefs of the founders of that revolution, I don't think that revolution would have gotten off the ground enough from just their contributions within their lifetime to shake decades of prior faith. However, when you get to someone like a Darwin, then we start to see agnosticism. Then we start to see people having their doubts. And then when you get into the modern era, atheism abounds. And so, in other words, if it were the case that this thesis, which, like I say, is not something that I'm defending here, I'm just sort of rebutting the rebuttal to it. That is, if it were the case that the scientific method were this king of undermining religion, then I think we would expect the fact that those who invented it to have been religious. It would be like saying, isn't it amazing that the person who invented the motor car didn't own a motor car before that?
Well, no, because, again, you've now also made the case that perhaps they had secret diaries, or in their heart of hearts they weren't actually religious or convinced away from that. So, again, that's why I'm saying I feel like you're making a broader historical argument that works.
Well, he's not making a broader historical argument. He's talking about like how these people probably wouldn't be completely candid about their feelings, using a pretty simple like argument, which is that if they had been candid about their feelings and ideas in certain respects, they could have faced like a lifetime of torture, lost their social standing and wealth, like and power, influence. Like there would be real consequences. You know, Ben is definitely familiar with this, as there are certain things where if he came out and said them publicly, probably wouldn't win him any favors, you know, with his audience. Probably lose him social standing, power, etc.
Works, and I think you're making an individual argument that doesn't quite.
I'm not saying that is the case. I'm saying that we would never know because why is that? Why will we never know what Galileo really thought about religion?
Well, I'm going to just accuse you of assuming facts, not in evidence. I mean, like,
let's move it away from
because
Galileo.
Again, like, I don't want to get into the mind of Galileo, nor do I care very much. But the reality is that many of the people who were the progenitors of the scientific revolution and participants in the scientific revolution specifically were searching for something higher because they thought that was their godly duty to do so. I mean, this has been true since the time of Roger Bacon. I mean, the idea that you have people who are specifically seeking out the nature of the universe, because there's an understandable, again, another religious precept, there's an understandable universe that God has created, and your mind is a reflection of certain truths that are in that universe. These are all non-materialist atheistic concepts. That was the basis for virtually all of science, including the origins of the scientific revolution. Now, you can make the argument very easily. I mean, I make it all the time because I have to metaphoricalize the beginning of Genesis, for example, that the words of Genesis don't jibe with the words of science when it comes to the age of the universe, for example. And obviously that's true, which is why both Maimonides and Aquinas are talking about in the Middle Ages the idea that if science comes into conflict with religion, you're either getting one of them wrong or you're getting both of them wrong. And so the constant sort of reinterpretation of religion in light of the facts that are established by the scientific method, I don't think that that's a rebuttal of religion. And so and more than that, I think that the peculiar idea that religion itself must fundamentally be undermined by scientific discovery, I don't see quite why.
Well, I would agree with that. I'm just saying that the rebuttal that's presented to that opinion fairly commonly, I don't think works for the reasons that that I've said.
Okay, well let's have give you both a little breather, because we're going to go to another break very shortly. We fitted in so much, and I had all these questions, and I haven't asked any of them, and I'm worried now that I'm going to be left unemployed.
Before we move on, I don't know if I
Hey,
can.
Lauren Walker. So Ukrainian, I've seen Gaza report before, and some of their reporting has been a bit sussy to me. I don't know how much weight to grant their footage and photos that they post. So yeah, I don't know about that one. I would need to see it corroborated by a lot of, or at least several other outlets. No, it's okay, Ukrainian.
Have one final word on this Galileo point, because I know it seems quite strange
Came to
that I'm
donate
sort of
some monies
hypothesizing in this way, but you said that when
I really appreciate that,
religion
Lauren
and science come into
Walker.
conflict, either one is wrong or both is wrong. Galileo was wrong about one of these things potentially. What happens if I mean you can? It's great talking about the utility.
Just as a heads up, we have met our dono goal for fixing the cars. So I huge thanks to everybody. If people want to continue donating, I'm not going to stop you, but I'm just letting you guys know. You guys have come through for me, and I appreciate it so goddamn much. It literally helped save my Christmas too. So my goodness, thank you.
Of his religious belief in inspiring his scientific endeavor. But what happens when the immediate fruit of that is him discovering something which should have been a celebrated idea and instead was suppressed, and he ends up under house.
Lauren Walker, thank you very much for the, I'm going to assume the A is Australian, $7.99. It genuinely means so much to me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Riverboat Gang are good peepos. I firmly believe that, like, if any of you were like struggling to like pay rent or something, you all would come through for each other too. Like not just for me. So I hope that you all can be there for each other too, because I've never had a community come together for me like this, and it's really, really wonderful, you know? I you know, it's hard for me to put it into words.
House arrest in Tuscany for the rest of his life. Why? Specifically because the religious authorities, in their sentencing of Galileo, did not just say that he failed to prove it, did not just say that he was, being a bit of an a-hole in his approach to the things, but said specifically because it is false, absurd, and contrary to Scripture. That is why that scientific position was suppressed on specifically religious motivations.
And far be it from me to defend the Catholic Church and its crackdown on Galileo.
Okay.
You've come to the wrong place for that.
Okay, it's time.
And yet, you have been. That's so strange. It's so strange, Ben. You have been defending the Catholic Church and Judeo-Christian values. You've been taking credit for the accomplishment of Galileo here, and yet you won't defend the Catholic Church on this one. Interesting.
It's time for another break here. You are watching and listening to the big conversation from Premier Unbelievable. I am almost anonymous here, Andy Kind, but my day will come, and I've been joined by Ben Shapiro and Alex O'Connor.
Yes, an obvious alias. Alex O'Connor is that guy. We went over Peter, I think his name's Peter Hitchens, the Peter Hitchens interview with Alex O'Connor. He typically talks about religion and but he has like a background in philosophy, so he He has a lot of really interesting conversations with people. I tend, personally, I like his content a lot. And it's just really, it's fun to watch him interact with Ben Shapipo this way. Sparkling Pony, thank you for the $20 dono. You amazing, wonderful person, you. Thank you so goddamn much. I appreciate you. Thank you.
We'll be talking about religion and society. Is religion good for society? So much more still to talk about. We'll see what we can.
He stood off
fit in.
camp
We'll
for like
fit
an
in as
hour
much as
yelling
we
at
can, but
Alex.
We'll be back after this short break. Enjoying the conversation? Tell us who persuaded you in our survey. And if you want more from today's conversation, then register.
I do want to know
early
what their
access
survey
to the next
results
show.
look like. I would be very curious about this one. Epic Prawn, thank you for the
Welcome
shout out.
back to part 3
Hey, Bird
of
Scout.
the big conversation from Premiere.
Hey,
Unbelievable.
Snoogan.
Today we are discussing religion and is it good or bad for society? And we're having a lot of fun with it, I think. I mean, I know
agree.
you're sort of in disagreement on things, but
Wait, can we just look at Ben's facial expression
with
here?
it, I think. I mean,
I
I know
agree.
you're sort of
Just instant replay. Let's slow it down a little bit.
and we're having a lot of fun with it, I think. I mean, I know you're sort of in disagreement on things, but I think we're just having fun with it today, aren't we? But I think we're just having disagreement on things, but I think we're just having fun with it today, aren't we?
As ever.
I'm sort of in disagreement on things.
I just want it
but
one more time.
I think we're just in. I mean,
I agree.
I know
He does not agree.
you're sort of in disagreement on things, but I think we're just having fun with it today, aren't we?
As ever.
I mean, I think fundamentally, Bird Scout, the main time I have a problem with religious thinking is just when it extends to the point of religious fundamentalism. I think all religions tend to go extraordinarily sour when you enter fundamentalist territory. But the borders of that are wibbly wobbly; they're undefined, and yeah, I can appreciate atheist arguments against religious thinking, especially when it comes to the notion that you can't necessarily use logic to get someone out of religiously motivated thinking on pretty important life or death topics, you know?
I've been joined by Ben Shapiro and Alex O'Connor. And as I say, we're talking about religion and its role in society. One observation I've got from watching you guys talk, I wonder whether religion is being used as a bit of a catch-all term. You know, there is no summer festival where Ben and I would meet up because we're religious and have a beer together. You know, plenty of Buddhist people don't even believe in God. So we probably don't have the time to unpack it now, but religion is maybe not a helpful catch-all term at all points. I wonder whether, when we're saying religion in this context, we mean the Judeo-Christian worldview. But it's interesting, you know, I, as a Christian, there's lots of things I agree with Ben on, some things I disagree on. Lots of things, as an Englishman, that I agree with Alex on, and other things that I wouldn't.
Spelling.
So, yes, spelling, absolutely. It's aluminium. Anyway, I just think that's interesting. I'm not trying to start this theist gang and gang up on you, Alex at all. But yeah, what do you think quickly about that? When we're talking about religion, do we need to be more semantically sort of accurate?
Rigorous? Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, again, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're gonna have a high level, I agree with Ben on this. If you're gonna have a high level discussion about like theology, the semantics become incredibly important, right? Like for example, in like Christian apologetics, like trying to explain the Trinity like the triumvirate God, 3 in 1. That gets so fucking tricky. Like you need to be careful with your language while talking about that stuff. And I say that because we have historical schisms within the church where like people killed over the semantic differences between like Jesus being a man or Jesus being a spirit or Jesus being something else. Like you would have actual like mass conflict over this, So the semantics matter quite a bit. Even if you're not planning like an invasion, they still matter.
Not here to defend every form of religion under the sun. There are various forms of religion, ranging from things that people in Judeo-Christian tradition would consider pagan, to Judeo-Christian monotheism, to the distinctions in Judaism and Christianity, which are substantial, obviously. And so, I do believe that there are right forms of religion or righter forms of religion than others. If I didn't, then I wouldn't be a particularist in my religious practice or my religious belief. And so I do think that, you're right to sort of boil down the question so that people don't end up defending things or being forced to defend things that they wouldn't defend. I mean, you mentioned before Islam, I'll say more radical forms of Islam, because again, I'm one thing that I tend not to do as a religious believer is simply take people's texts at sort of face value, because the reality is that
like the issues over transubstantiation, like the idea of whether or not like by taking like the wafer, like does it become flesh and blood of Christ via miracle in your mouth, in your stomach? Does it literally transform? Is it a figurative transformation? Like these are things that people lived and died over.
Few people in religious circles take their text at like I can just pick up a Bible, read it, and now I know everything that's going on in the Bible value. That really is not how the practice of religion works. I tend to actually judge.
And Mello, that's true. There are some people who believe like even like saying, like a priest saying things not in Latin. Like if you have a priest who is preaching in English, that is too big of a deviation. It needs to be in the original Latin, or they're practically a Protestant.
Faith by faith practice, more so than I do by trying to read somebody else's book and then figure out exactly what they're saying, because I've seen people do that enough to my religious practice to sort of object to it. But yeah, of course, I think that you would have to talk, if you're going to talk about the value of religion, you should be more specific. I will say that the value of religion more generally, if you were going to talk about it in just general terms, meaning belief in supernatural things that can't be explained by a materialist universe, the social cohesion point would be the best case in favor of religion, is that virtually every study ever done has shown that social cohesion relies on a common orientation among people in order to build commonality between people. There are really only a few structures in human history that do that. One is a kinship structure. The problem with kinship and tribal structures is that they pretty quickly devolve into tribal warfare upon other members of different tribes. One of the things that religion has done is an attempt to universalize that beyond the immediate sort of tribal self-interest that we discussed a little bit ago. And again, pretty much universally, social science suggests that many of the institutions that we hold dear, that shape us, that provide us social support, that provide us friendship structures, marriages, that a huge amount of this used to happen anyway inside of these traditional religious structures, and there really has been nothing to replace it. And so the sort of breakdown of those structures, you could make the case, I suppose, for the breakdown of those structures, but there's been pretty much no replacement for those structures in secular society. And
there's been no replacement for marriage within secular society. Yep. None whatsoever.
It's creating some pretty significant strains on societal bonding.
Correct.
Now, I will say that this is somewhat correct insofar as like church was one of the last kind of holdouts against the atomization of like society, which again is done by capitalism. Like there are financial incentives to atomize society, to break it down to its smallest possible unit. There's a reason why capitalists praise the nuclear family and encourage kind of these working conditions that isolate workers and make them interchangeable, you know? It's better to have interchangeable workers, so, you know, if they get ideas about wanting a higher wage, they can just be fired and pop another gear right into place to go to work.
Because I do have two things to say.
I'm going to ask you, yeah, I want you to say both of those things, but I want to ask you, Alex, can secular societies potentially achieve the same level of social cohesion as religious ones?
Potentially, maybe. I don't know. That seems to be an empirical question, insofar as we can have empirical data on social cohesion as a subject. I wanted to, I suppose, in response to that question, mention the history of the United States as a constitutionally secular nation. Presumably the discussion there devolves into whether America can be described as a Christian nation or not. But based on what you just said a moment ago, before we maybe get into that, you said, of course, we need more specificity is hardly ever worse than less, and that you're not trying to defend all religious traditions. And then you say, but look, this idea of there being a God and there being an unalterable authority and a moral author of the universe is itself valuable, and without it, there are all kinds of societal discohesion comes about. In that case, for example, I wonder, and I hope it's not a crude question, and it's one sort of stemming from genuine interest. Would you rather your child comes to you and says, you know, I think I'm going to convert to Islam, or said, I don't think I believe in God anymore?
As a Jew, I'm fairly indifferent on the question, meaning that my priority is for my child to remain a Jew, and which direction they go from there is of much less interest to me than staying inside the religious tradition that I believe is correct.
Okay, maybe I should rephrase.
I don't know. There's something really weird about me to me about that answer in particular. Like, he's been making the argument the entire time about the value of all of these social cohesive structures of religion. But yeah, he just dodges the question by saying, well, no. What I really care about is them being a Jew. Interesting.
Phrase to say, suppose that, you know, half of the US population immediately, right now, and half of, let's say half of the Christian population. So it's not to do with
right.
Judaism, and it's not to do with your own family. Half of the Christian population in the United States are immediately going to convert today to atheism if you press this button, or to Islam if you press this button. Which one would you press?
So I'm going to ask for more specificity
Sure.
in line with the conversation. So which form of Islam are we talking about, and which form of atheism are we talking about? Because they come in various strains. But meaning, like, if we're just starting from the premise of no God or Islamic God, that actually is not enough information. Because as I say, I'm not judging people.
Yes.
Yo, he knows. He knows Alex has, like, the double-barreled shotgun leveled here. Like, he's trying to duck, dodge, and weave, dude.
Based on their faith propositions nearly as much as I am based on their behavior, which I think they base on faith propositions.
Well, let's say this is the only thing that changes. You press this button, half the Christian population become convinced that there is no real God of the universe. Everything else is random. Whatever you might, because what we're discussing here is essentially what are the implications of such a worldview?
Right.
What are the implications of atheism, which is just the disbelief in God, or the belief that there is.
Do people have
not
memories? Sorry, in this hypothetical, do people have memories or they don't have memories?
Do the dicks get bigger? Do the dicks stay the same size? Do the dicks get smaller? I need to know about their dicks in order to answer this question. Dude, what? Just answer the question. You understand the ideological, like, framework that's being put together here. Just answer the question.
Because this makes a difference.
They have memories.
Okay, fine. So then probably in the West, atheism, as opposed to a more radical form of Islam. That's why I was asking for specificity.
Well,
the
button on the right-hand side was going to be that they just become convinced that Muhammad is the final prophet of God.
Right. And again, I was going to ask for more specificity on that because I know many moderate Muslims who are not radical in the implication of their faith.
it's so interesting, right? It's so interesting. He didn't wait for the second button to be specified. He immediately answered atheist. Dude. Very interesting.
As opposed to some who very much are quite radical in the implications of their faith. So, but let's, if you don't mind, I'm going to set up your hypothetical in a way that I think is more clarifying for me anyway. And that is button on the right is radical Islam, like Taliban style Islam.
Okay.
And button on the left is don't believe in God.
Well, I mean, you can do that.
No, the reason I'm doing that is because that elucidates a difference that I think is being obscured by the simple sort of belief in God.
No, actually, that's not comparable at all. That's like saying you have two buttons. One can make half of all Americans who aren't Christian into Christians, but they're they're the Westboro Baptist Christians. The Westboro Baptist Church gets tens of millions of new members. Or you can press this button that makes people not believe in God. I'd press the button that has people not believe in God. You have, on the one hand, you have a question that makes people not believe in God, and on the other hand, you have a button that turns half the American population into the Unabomber. I know which button I'd press. Yeah, this is exactly the same as your hypothetical. Like, dude, no, it's not.
God, not belief in God question, meaning that the cultural heritage of that's why I asked if people have memories or people don't have memories. If people have memories, then that looks very much like secular Europe right now, which does have
the cultural heritage
in the bloodstream a lot of Judeo-Christian values in a way that
yes.
would not be true if you were without memory. Right? Would I rather that a child found in a forest be raised in a moderate Muslim household or be raised in a secular communist household?
Or a secular atheist household, if I may say.
Again, from which tradition? Are we talking in the USSR or are we talking in Britain? Like, what are we talking about?
We're talking about
here?
Britain.
Okay, so we're talking...
Well, we were talking about the US, but let's say Britain.
In Britain, depends on the strain of Islam. If we're talking about like a liberal form of Islam, which do exist, then probably a liberal form of Islam. If we're talking about a fundamentalist form of Islam, then probably...
I would really like Ben to answer the original proposition, which is you don't get to choose. The only variables are these two ones, and you have to press one of the buttons. The only variable is that one is atheist and the other is Muslim. You don't get to know the other variables about like their memory status or their location or their like radicalization. You just know one is a atheist household, one is a Muslim household. Which do you choose? It's so interesting to me that he needs to make 10,000 qualifiers.
Probably a secular strain of Britain.
Fine. The second point was to say, I mean, you mentioned not wanting to just take scripture at face value, and I understand the difficulty of taking scripture essentially out of context.
I sense it coming through the ether.
Take a literal approach where a literal approach isn't supposed to be taken. I mean, people forget that the Bible is a collection of books rather than a book with lots of different
with an oral tradition and all that.
I saw a video once of somebody trying to use the Bible to disprove the divinity of Jesus by quoting the book of Job, saying, "God is not a man that I might question him." God is not a man, you see, and I thought not only is this in the mouth of Job, but also that's the kind of thing that we want to avoid. But it does seem to me that there are some things within religious scripture that do need to be taken seriously and do need to be taken essentially at face value. That is some.
Mello, Ben Shapiro is 10,000% a religious fundamentalist. Like he literally, as a common talking point on his show, talks about how there are fake Jews and real Jews. He talks about Ginos, Jews in name only, because the only real Jews are practicing fundamentalist Jews. Like that, he makes that distinction all the time. Or maybe not practicing fundamentalists, practicing Orthodox Jews. There we go.
Some of the very specific legalistic commandments of the Old Testament, for example, or of the Hebrew Bible, I should say. These are not, when people list these and say that these are potentially morally problematic and may have done something towards hindering, for example, like I mentioned earlier, the abolition of slavery in the United States. Of course, there was a great deal of religious influence on both sides, which is something that I've already mentioned. But don't you think that this problem could have been solved a lot more easily if there had been a stronger religious tradition of opposition to the ownership of other human beings? Why can't that have been the case?
Okay,
because Scripture quite explicitly
boys.
condones it.
Right,
And in fact gives you the details of how to do
Yes,
it.
so-
That's something that couldn't have been done, in other words,
This
because
is
you've
fun for me.
taken
Now I
this,
get to do Talmudic law. So
this
here's,
moral
here's
principle
the,
that's placed outside of meaningful debate.
Right.
Before we move on, can I ask, where are we getting these buttons from? Are they from Amazon? You know, you press one and everyone's an atheist.
There's this wonderful thing
Are
that,
these available on the market?
that I think you both need to use in this conversation, which is imagination.
Oh, right.
So let's as far as why didn't the Bible prescribe the perfect world as I would see it, or as you might see it?
Well, very knifey duck. Again, as we've learned, you know, we've talked about the Bible quite a bit on this channel. As we've learned, the original translation of the Book of Job is not about Lucifer; it's about Hasatan, which often gets translated as Satan. But Hasatan just translates to adversary, but not in terms of like an equal and opposite to God, but in terms of like a lawyer. A lawyer might be called a Hasatan, you know, an adversary. So in the context of Job, it's essentially God's lawyer walking in and being like imagine what's his face? The scummy lawyer guy from the show that spun off from Breaking Bad. God, what's it called? Better Call Saul. Imagine that interaction. Yeah, Saul Goodman walks in and is just like, you know, this guy, I don't know about him. I don't think he's all that good. Yeah. But by King James standards, it's kind of nuts that Satan just rolls in and God is like, sup, bitch. Yeah, no, the king, yeah, in subsequent translations, it's completely unintelligible.
And the answer is because two reasons. One, as stated right up top, I'm not God. I assume he has different logic than I do. Mm-hmm. Two, the Bible is in an inherently problematic.
I love that, like, Ben Shapiro here is like, you know, I'm not God. I assume he has different logic than I do when it comes to talking about how it's okay to own people as property. Anyway, point two.
Position in the sense that, on the one hand, it's trying to divulge important truths for all time. At the same time, it's talking to a people of a particular time. Yes. And this is a well-worn tradition inside Judaism. So to take the slavery example, there is no mandate to hold slaves in the Bible. Right? There are lots of mandates in the Bible. Many, many mandates. There's 613 of them according to my religion, right? That's why I do all these weird things that I do. But one of those mandates is not to hold slaves.
Very knifey duck. That I would read a Bible written in the styling that you are adopting here, with complete with peepo emojis. I'd love it. God's like, yo, look at this pious motherfucker over here, and Satan's just like,
Right? And so the idea of there was a society that existed at the time of the Bible in which slaveholding was not only ubiquitous, it was universal, and which was true for virtually all of human history.
That's right.
And could be justified not just in terms of religious scripture, but in terms of Aristotelian thought. Right? I mean, the great philosophers we like to cite sometimes in the secular tradition are big fans of slavery, and that's true virtually up until the 18th century.
Yes.
So the idea would be, is this verse attempting to woo people away?
It's almost like the proto-capitalist mode of production highly encouraged like slavery in order to create a surplus for a burgeoning middle class of artisans and intellectuals. It's almost like up until like the 18th century that was the case. And then suddenly you had the rumblings of industrialization and a move away from that economic mode of production. It's almost like capitalism here is fundamentally one of the main reasons why slavery was really normalized and propagated. First on behalf of the lords, and then on behalf of the artisans and guild masters and middle class.
Away from a tradition of slavery or to humanize the slaves? Or is it attempting to reinforce that by making it harsher and more difficult? And that's why actually one of the things I enjoy doing in terms of how I study the Bible, for example, is I like to look at contemporaneous religious texts of the time. So I like to study the Bible alongside, for example, Hammurabi's Code. And it's really interesting to notice the differences and where the Bible is liberalizing Hammurabi's Code, for example.
Absolutely.
And so the idea that a divine revelation has to be given to human beings who are capable of following that in the time. Again, that's part of the difficulty of I think rebutting religion in a certain sense, because again, it seems wiggly, but it really isn't, in the sense that if you believe, as I do, in a God who spoke to human beings in some form or fashion and has to speak to them on a level that they can understand, in ways they can understand, then that immediately is going to discount the ability to do a lot of very radical things that would have appeared radical in 1200 BC.
God's not powerful enough to convey the idea God's powerful enough to convey the idea that murder is wrong, but not that slavery is wrong. Huh. God is just a small whittle bean. God's just a small whittle bean, chat.
But now appear to be commonplace for us.
Yes, I understand this argument, and
God has to talk to people in ways they can understand. That's why at various points in the Bible, he gave people the ability to use bears to kill anybody who disrespected them in public, or, slaughter hundreds of thousands with jawbones. Just a small whittle bean who communicates in ways we can understand.
But it many times. I must say that it seems strange to me that God does seem...
Make a YouTube channel right now, God. Oh, no. God is a bread tuber. No!
willing to completely and utterly condemn a bunch of other practices, including, by the way, imaginary crimes like witchcraft, just done away with entirely. And even if it is the case that God, for some reason, couldn't even hint at the idea that maybe eventually we should be moving towards the abolition of the idea of owning human beings as private property, he just had to condone it.
But yes.
I still think it's the case that he would not permit a flat immorality, and I think you would agree with that too. And so when I open the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible, and when I look at the texts saying that if you lay siege to a city, you can kill, if the Lord delivers it into your hand, you can kill the men and the women, you can kill the men and keep the women and the children and the livestock as plunder, as Deuteronomy says. And in the very next verse, the very next chapter says that, if you see a good-looking woman, and I'm not interjecting that. If somebody finds an attractive woman,
yes, if Fatawar is the actual Hebrew, yeah,
then they can take them for themselves, and if they want them as their wives, and they take them home, they shave their head, they cut off their fingernails, they give them 30 days to mourn their old husband, who you may very well have just killed, and then you can take them as your wife. When Numbers 31 has Moses instruct the slaughter of the Midianites, saying,
how generous of God to give the grieving widows, the grieving war widows, a whole 30 days to mourn.
And kill all the men, and this time the women get killed too, but not the women who haven't slept with a man. And why might that be? And it says that keep them for yourselves. And I hear all the time
Enrica
that this
Monet,
is kind of liberalizing process.
We did reach the goal.
These people wouldn't survive on
So,
their
so
own.
now it's mostly just, if you guys would like to continue to support me, I always will appreciate it, but do not put yourself out. If it would put you in a bad spot.
It's some kind of protective measure to make sure that you're looking after them. If that's the case, then why does it only apply to the virgins? That seems a little bit suspect to me. It's sort of scripture's littered with these kinds of.
Ben is nervous as hell right now.
Well, again, so to go back to the sort of oral tradition nature,
and I don't think God
would
permit a proactive immorality, even if he can't for some reason abolish the practice altogether. If you see what I'm saying.
Well, no, that last point I don't see. So when you say even if he can't abolish the practice altogether,
I mean, Jay Fair, to be fair, it's really hard to light Ben Shapiro in a way that doesn't make him look like a movie villain.
Well,
which already
no,
I think he would be able to do.
Right. So the question is whether he can or whether he can't. If he can't abolish the practice, then the idea of wooing people away from a particular type of sin through a gradualistic
God can't woo people away from slavery? Dude, what?
I hear support. I press button.
Penny, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. My god. Thank you. God. Thank you. Oh, you got Baycop too. I hope Baycop's doing all right. We haven't seen him around for a while.
Process is known throughout societies across human history. I mean,
wait. Okay, yeah, no. This is the part I saw. We need to see this in all of its glory. Okay.
It's some kind of protective measure to make sure that you're looking after them. If that's the case, then why does it only apply to the virgins? That seems a little bit suspect to me. You know, it's sort of scripture's littered with these kinds of
Well, again, so to go back to the sort of oral tradition nature.
And I don't think God would permit a proactive immorality, even if he can't for some reason abolish the practice altogether. If you see what I'm saying.
No, that last point I don't see. So when you say even if he can't abolish the practice altogether. Well,
which already no, I think he would be able to do.
Right. So the question is whether he can or whether he can't. If he can't abolish the practice, then the idea of wooing people away from a particular type of sin through a...
I mean, if he can't, then that would seem to me to indicate he's not a god.
A gradualistic process is known throughout societies across human history. I mean, the gradualistic processes are the way that most things get done across human history. And by the way, the universal practice, unfortunately, up till today in many places in the world, is in fact the extreme version of what you're talking about. Raise everything, kill everyone. Right? That sort of stuff, unfortunately, does take place, even on planet.
It's really interesting to me that Ben Shapiro seems to be making the argument that slavery was fine in the past, and God was fine with it and didn't make any direct prohibitions around it, and that over time we arrived at a different moral conclusion, and the prohibition of slavery evolved. That's a very interesting point for Ben Shapiro to have. Someone who is a moral absolutist.
And Earth, even in the year 2023. And so the idea of a culture arising from the Bible that not only abolished slavery on its own shores, but then abolished slavery literally everywhere else, which is what Great Britain did. That, again, to separate that off from a tradition that also says that every human being is made in the image of God, right, which is the verse from Genesis, or that you have to treat the stranger well, right, which is repeated more than any injunction in the Bible, right? There are these traditions that are at war with each other inside the Bible, which is why there is this hotly fought kind of argument inside biblical circles about all this stuff, which again is one of the reasons why I said right up top that when it gets to I can't just open the Bible and interpret the text as I would see fit.
You
say, well, I don't like this verse right here.
Contradictory?
What was that?
You say that Scripture is contradictory?
Well, I say that Scripture is, some Scripture is time-bound and some Scripture is not.
That's a very interesting thing to say, Mr. Shapiro. Do elaborate. I feel like he has been waffling so hard throughout this entire debate, and now he is well and truly trapped. He waffled so hard he lost the plot, and now he has just stumbled into the intellectual vice.
So the easy one, the sort of easy way to distinguish is that when the Bible says not to do a thing, then that tends to be non-time bound.
And when it says to do a thing.
And when it says to do a thing, that may be a temporary permission structure, but it could also be a wooing. And by the way, again, I'm not speaking out of turn here. This has been 1,500 years of Jewish reinterpretation of Esha Yifat Toar, to take a quick example, right? The war.
This is also very interesting for Ben Shapiro to say that he's okay with 1,500 years of reinterpretation, but also you are only a real Jew if you're an Orthodox Jew, and reformists or Reconstructionists aren't real Jews. Interesting, Mr. Shapiro.
Right. That like the long-standing Talmudic tradition, which again is almost 2,000 years old at this point, is that was deliberately an attempt to avoid mass war rape. Which again, you can scoff at that, but mass war rape happened on this continent 70 years ago when the Russians literally raped everyone as they came into Germany. So these evils continue to exist in the human heart.
Even if this was a liberalizing force, and even if this was not as bad as other slavery, do you think that the ownership of other human beings under the conditions of the Hebrew Bible are immoral?
Yes.
So how do you account for God commanding something which you now see to be, or rather permitting something and explicitly and giving you details about how to do something which is proactively immoral?
Because he's not permitting me, permitting my great
to do something immoral,
immoral that in the time was not considered immoral.
It wasn't considered immoral,
right.
But was it immoral?
By today's standards that were developed by the Judeo-Christian tradition, sure. By today's standards developed under the Judeo-Christian.
Oh, he knows, dude. He's finally realized. He's finally really realized the trap here. Oh, it's delicious. But by today's standards, I'm not a moral relativist. I was just talking about today's standards and applying it retroactively for all of the people in the audience here. Oh, God.
Tradition, immoral.
So
which, by the way, you're living off the. You're again, not to get back to the Tom Holland argument. You're living off the remains of.
See, look, he's trying to take control back in the conversation by saying, "Oh, you're living in the remains of all of this Judeo-Christian, culture. Look at you. Where do you get off trying to say it?" Like, he's trying to smirk here, but he knows he just fucked up.
This. I mean, where's your morality coming from?
But who's the moral relativist now? I mean, it seems that a moment ago you say that the great success of religion is providing a sort of untouchable moral basis that sort of transcends human affairs and human debates. And now when I say, well, look at this, open your own religious scripture and look at this blatant immorality, you say, yeah, but well, that was considered to be fine at the time. It's considered to be bad now by the progress of Judeo-Christian.
It contradicts everything Ben Shapiro has been saying for the past hour. All of the arguments he has been making are contradicted by him right now. It is delicious. I was unaware of how amazing this payoff would be in the full context. I am so glad we watched this entire thing. This is 10,000% worthwhile. I love this, dude.
The question
who's the moral relativist?
Well, it's not relativistic to say that a thing that is wrong today is considered wrong today because of a tradition that developed over time.
Oh, he's so mad, bro. Oh, he's so mad. He realized in his hubris he is cooked too close to the sun.
The question I'm asking is not, was it considered right or wrong at the time of biblical slavery?
It was wrong.
Was it wrong?
It was wrong then to hold a slave. Yes, it was wrong then to hold a slave, obviously. And also...
obviously, that's why God gave detailed and explicit instructions on how to do so.
If you are God and you are pragmatically attempting to woo people away from slavery, was it a practicable thing to simply "quote unquote" abolish slavery, or
here's an idea for
he's just explaining moral relativism and acting upset that it's being called moral relativism. This is incredible, dude.
For example, in the book of Exodus, God says, I think in chapter 21, maybe 22, says that if you have a Hebrew slave, you are to let them go after 7 years. If that Hebrew slave comes to you with a wife, then after 7 years, you let them go free. If you give the Hebrew slave a wife, and they have children, then after those 7 years are up, you give the man a choice. He can go after the 7 years, as per, but you keep his children and his wife. Or, and here the scripture says, if he says, I love my wife, I love my kids, and my master, as if that's going to be one of the principal considerations, then he can stay with you, at which point you take him outside, you pierce his ear like cattle, and he becomes your property for life. Now, here's a suggestion, for example. If it was already established that Hebrew slaves go after 7 years, and it's already established that if they come with a wife, they can go after 7 years, then if I give them a wife and they have children, would it not be, it doesn't seem to me particularly revolutionary. It doesn't seem to me the kind of thing that would have caused such social discohesion that God just couldn't have found a way to do it, to say, well, why not let the whole family go free after those 7 years? With the knowledge beforehand that if you give this Hebrew slave of yours a wife and children, they'll get to leave with them. That seems to me, for example, a minor improvement that would not cause this kind of revolutionary earth-shifting, he couldn't have just gotten away with slavery. Maybe that's true. But something as obvious as this to me, it seems that if that is the case, that could have easily been done, then the failure to do so and the keeping of that Hebrew wife and their children as the master's property, that itself becomes an immorality that is dictated.
If I agree with your premises, I agree with your conclusion. I think that the question as to how much social discohesion would it have caused to do a thing is an open question. I think the other...
It's incredible to me that Ben Shapiro is ceding this much ground. Like he knows he's cooked, and he just said like he agrees with the conclusion here. I'm genuinely surprised. Yeah, he's gonna try and pivot to like your method at arriving at this conclusion doesn't impugn that God is giving an explicit moral order, but he's not even gonna say it. He's just gonna pivot to something entirely, while trying to maintain the facade that he agrees.
Other question that sort of remains open here is the incentive structure as to whether you accept a wife from your master.
Oh my God, this pivot is amazing, dude. Yeah, it's intellectual grug.
Right, so I don't want to get into the abstruse. I mean, we can do this literally all day.
And step from the.
I mean, Ben, God has a prohibition against murder in the Bible, but I'm watching Alex O'Connor over here just absolutely slaying.
There's 70 volumes of the Talmud that are literally about this sort of stuff, and then copious writings in terms of reinterpretation.
Yeah, we're hardly the first people to talk about this.
Yeah, exactly. This is not the first time these questions have come up. But I think the general point is sort of one where.
Oh my God, the framing in this shot is incredible. Like, throughout this entire thing, I feel like Alex and Ben have been kind of portrayed as like equal heights, you know? But now we get to the end where Alex is dominating this conversation, and it's like he's like doubled in height. Look at the height difference here. Like, Alex is just projecting power, and Ben is like hunched over and like small in the shot. This is amazing. Even the visual storytelling here is magnifique.
Can dive into that full time.
Alex O'Connor, I believe, has a channel called Cosmic Skeptic. If you guys want to check that out, I would recommend it. He has some very interesting conversations on there.
And you can spend your life becoming a rabbi, which, you know, enjoy.
Could happen.
You have the beard for it. It's your beard is further along than mine. Or we can sort of
deflect.
You know, stipulate at the top that there are certain biblical interpretations that are abstruse and difficult, and that has been a reality of religious life since the beginning.
Well, I can agree with that.
We need to step from the past into the future through this conversational portal that we've got available to us. Obviously, everyone at this table would agree that holding a slave is wrong, in the same way that the man you kept talking about who you thought was coming to kill you, we would all agree that that's a problematic thing. And it does seem, so I'm not going to get you to defend this, because I want you to come up with another game show where you solve the future problems of society for us, Alex. It does seem that on an atheist worldview, it is difficult ultimately to say what is good, what is right, what is wrong, but we can be practical about it, we can be functional about it. So come on then, for the future, give us some practical secular philosophies that can really help to build social cohesion for the future. You've got about a minute to do that. Then we'll give Ben a minute to respond.
Well,
and then we'll wrap up.
I can provide an answer that I don't think will be cause of further debate, which is to say
that'd be shocking.
Yeah.
I think everything that I've heard you say, Ben, on this subject, and everything that I think you may be about to say, not everything, but some of it, involves saying that, look, what we need to do is encourage strengthening family and having children and not doing drugs and all of this kind of stuff, which people, like you say, have traditionally, this has been somewhat the prerogative of the church to maintain. I think that people just don't believe in God anymore, and so what I would say is just to encourage those things without the God. The question I would leave, and I'm sorry, I've just promised no debate, but here's something. Look, suppose it's the case that I agree wholesale with your proposition that religion is good and maybe even necessary for society in some way, right? Suppose I just say that that's true. I don't believe it's true. I've tried, I'm sorry, I just don't believe it. And so I'm now left with a choice here. I don't think it's true, but I become convinced that it's somehow useful or beneficial. What am I to do with this information? You can't just choose to believe in God. People say you can choose to act as though you believe in God. That's kind of true until something really testing comes along. If you don't really believe it in your heart, you will falter at the first opportunity. How am I to raise my children? Am I to lie to them? Am I to say, well, I don't believe in any of this nonsense, but because I think it, promotes a sort of non-replacement, birth rate, then I'm just going to bring them up believing things that I think are false. I don't think this can happen. It's amazing how quickly ostensible deontologists transform before our very eyes into utilitarians on this question.
Indeed.
That outgo the idea of being, truthful and being honest and talking about things that you think are philosophically sound. Now it's essentially faith-based, and it's about trying to make as many people, the greatest good.
Exactly, because what he's talking about here is that religious thinking can lead to very different incentive structures. Like if you believe God has commanded all to be believers, right? Well, that leads to this idea that everyone should be religious. And if you seed this argument that in order to have a more cohesive society, you need religious-minded people, so I guess you need to lie to your kids about what you believe in order to raise them religious for the good of society. These are ideas that are just not compatible or sound. They are shaky at the best of times, really. And you can get, again, all of this is granting that religion has this effect, and only religion can have this effect. But I think you could get this effect with well-built community centers and social programs that bring people together for common good, right? And the betterment of the community. I think you can get these things with investments into communities that provide people a place to come together. So, even granting this argument to Ben is an extreme act of intellectual charity.
For the greatest number across society and societal cohesion, even if you think it's false. In other words, I'm someone who is an atheist. I don't believe it's true. If I just grant everything you've said about the utility that religion provides, what am I to do?
So let me ask you.
You've got about 30 seconds.
So, it really it's a quick question, which is, do you know it's not true, or do you not believe that it's true?
I don't believe that it's true.
You believe that it's not true, or you don't believe that it's true?
I believe that it's not true.
You believe that it's not true in a full fashion.
Let's say that's the case, yeah.
Right. So if you believe that, then obviously I think that you're wrong in the sense that, as I said right at the outset, I think that a lot of atheists are more religious than religious people. Religious people constantly admit to doubts and problems in interpretation and all the rest of this sort of stuff. I don't think that a true religious believer can be truly religious without experiencing those doubts, because you're taking a leap of faith right off the top. And what I would normally say to somebody who is not fully committed to disbelief, I would say, is that you'd be in the position of being able to say to your kid, I don't know if it's true or not, which I think is a more honest answer,
yes,
by the way. And I think that is something that you can teach.
But this is interesting from Ben, because would he grant that to his own kids? right? Like earlier in the show, he talked about how like his main concern was keeping his kids Jewish, right? So it's not, and he also said he doesn't know there's a God because knowing God implies like certainty that he cannot have due to the very function of faith. So like, is Ben Shapiro teaching his kids that, well, he doesn't know if there's a God? I don't think so. As an Orthodox Jew, he cannot be teaching his kids that because that's not what Orthodox Jews believe. So he's effectively lying to us, and I think he knows that. Is he Orthodox? Yeah, Ms. Lynn, Ben Shapiro talks about how the only real Jews are Orthodox Jews. He believes that if you are like a Reform or a Reconstructionist Jew, if you are a non-practicing Jew, he does not believe that you are a real Jew. He has used the term Gino, Jew in name only, on his program. So like he is being a Weasley little liar here.
Your kids, you can say, here's an atheist perspective, here's a religious perspective. I don't know what's true. I can provide you evidence on my side why I don't believe it fully, but there are people who provide evidence on the other side and arguments on the other side that are not foolish, that are not out of the sky crazy, you know, like and make your own.
And by the way, in case any of you think I'm like making that up, here's Ben Shapiro from 2012. Any Jew who votes for Obama after this is a Jew in name only, a Gino. Again, like dude's gross. This stuff like this is why, again, Sam Cedar calls him Pope of the Jews, because he just kind of like says shit like this all the time.
Decision. I think that's the way that you would address that with a child. If you're somebody who believes in the social utility of religion but doesn't necessarily believe in the religion itself, I think giving the child the ability to choose that themselves by saying I'm not sure, or by presenting both sides of the argument, would not be a bad way to go. I mean, just in terms of practical solutions. In terms of what I would say to better society, I have a much easier answer, which is I think that you should re-engage.
Oh yeah, he's an Orthodox Jew. It's why he wears his hat all the time.
Your social institutions, including your church. I think that saying to people on an individual level, don't do drugs, study hard for your tests, get married before you have kids, get a job. Like it's easy to say that to people. And I think that without supporting social institutions that reinforce that nearly every day and make it part of the culture that surrounds you, it's very difficult for people to live that. And so I think that removing God as sort of the capstone of these institutions, the whole institution tends to fall apart. So on a practical level, if you get rid of God, the institution just ceases to exist, and you can yell as much as you want, but individuals are far less likely to provide the social reinforcement and social networks for support that actually create the bases of a good, fundamentally solid civilization than an individualist civilization in which all you can do is basically encourage someone to quote-unquote do the right thing. Amen.
Well,
just the immense hypocrisy from Ben Shapiro. The ending of this debate, if any like open-minded person came across like the last, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes of this debate, I think that they would, even if they have a relatively like warm opinion of Ben Shapiro, it should be incredibly eye-opening how just mentally or intellectually inconsistent he is with his ideas and argumentation. He cannot maintain eye contact with Alex. He's been owned so hard. Wait. Oh God, that's true. He's looking at the moderator.
Create the bases of a good, fundamentally solid civilization than an individualist civilization in which all you can do is basically encourage someone to quote unquote do the right thing.
Oh my God, dude.
Amen. Well, the fact we've managed to keep Ben Shapiro within the 24 minutes
Good
is
observation.
a miracle in itself, a miracle that Alex doesn't believe in. But we have been talking today on the big conversation about religion and whether it's good or bad for society. And I've been joined by two literally world-beating minds, Alex O'Connor and Ben Shapiro. I have enjoyed it so much.
Oh, something got beat tonight, but it wasn't the world.
Thank you so much to both of you. You're both so wonderful and impressive. And we've seen areas of convergence. We've seen areas of divergence. Alex has given some ground
This was a really good video. I don't know the quality of the other debates that happen on this channel, but if they're on par with this, that was incredible. Y'all, please, please, please go give Primer or Premiere Unbelievable. I keep saying unavailable. Unbelievable. Give them a watch. Give them some subscribes. That was. I was not expecting this level of amazing content. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Oh my god. Folks, I need to go use the bathroom so badly, but when I'm finished, I will be back. And maybe we'll do some analog horror, or we have some other content we could cover as well. I think it could be real interesting. That was pretty good. Hold! I'll be right back. My bladder is bursting, y'all. BRB. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hell yeah, Gamer G. I'm back, everybody. Also, the audio you've been listening to for the last 3 minutes has been from White Bat Audio. Please check them out. Just gonna link their video here. Go give it a like and consider subscribing. On top of that, the music you were listening to prior to that is Awakening, a new EP from Chillboy Beats. Go give them a like and a follow or subscribe as well. Much thanks to both of them for providing royalty-free music to play on Twitch streams. Oh my goodness. How y'all doing? How you feeling? How y'all feeling, folks? Hey, Winby. This chat is the best. I appreciate them. Chat was being super wholesome while you were away. They always are. I love you guys. You guys are just real good eggs, you know? Firing up Risk of Rain. Seems like a good choice. Let's see here. Just want to see how long this be. Let's see. Okay. Just beat Eclipse 8 on Huntress and Risk of Rain 2. I haven't played any of the Risk of Rain games. I probably should. What was the spooky thing again? We're going to be doing an analog horror. I think we're going to do the Oracle Project, which is a sequel. For those of you who do not remember, it's a sequel to an analog horror series called the Tangy virus, and or the Tangy virus, my bad, which was a virus spread in the water that was able to hijack people's minds and then kind of perpetuate its own spread. And we'll be watching its sequel. Sorry, there's some noises upstairs. Hopefully I'm not pissing anybody off. I'll be a quiet talker. Olio. True. All right, let's watch it. I'm going into this knowing nothing. I know someone in chat, I forget who, was really excited for me to watch it. So let's take a look at it, okay? This is Vintage 8's sequel to the Tangy virus. I forget how it's pronounced. Here we go. Many people put their lives at risk to reveal these tapes. Learn from them what you can. They could very well be flagged and removed by morning. During the height of the Cold War, Dr. Greg Townsend began work on a top-secret government program called the Oracle Project. The Oracle Project was a supercomputer with a singular purpose. It would analyze and predict enemy plans and attacks, as well as devise potential counterattacks and strategies. The project was a colossal failure. But in 1997, the project received an unexpected breakthrough. It was connected to what is now considered the early internet. Oracle was finally alive. The interface was deceptively simple. A small room with a single monitor and a keyboard. Anything on screen was recorded and saved to VHS. Tape 1. Simple Operations, January 5th, 1997.
Hello, I am Oracle. What would you like to know? The sky is normally blue due to a phenomenon called Rayleigh scattering. What else would you like to know? 5 multiplied by 30 equals 150. What else would you like to know? %, chance of rain. Day 48 degrees. Night 35 degrees. Humidity 15%. Visibility 10 miles. Wind 7 miles per hour. The Raven is a narrative poem by American writer Edgar Allan Poe. It was published in 1845.
The test went on for hours. The success rate was 100%. Satisfied that the computer could perform simple functions, the scientists decided to have a little fun with Oracle.
The Green Bay Packers will win by 2 possessions. 2% margin of error. Republicans should maintain control. 1% margin of error.
Left flank vets, hello. Welcome, Raiders. Sorry. Just real quick, gonna interrupt. Hi, how y'all doing? My name's Riverboat Jack. I'm a political commentator. I talk about socialism and geopolitics and local politics, and we are covering analog horror. It's one of my special interests. Been covering it on the channel for a while. Y'all should come in, get cozy. We are just starting our watch through of the second season of Vintage 8's analog horror series. This one's called The Oracle Project, and it is the sequel to the Tangi virus. I always forget how to pronounce that one. Welcome. Hope y'all enjoy yourselves. Please hit the follow button, and if you want to be in the on-screen chat over here, you can come over to riverboat.gg. I promise the folks don't bite over there. They're very nice. And y'all, hope you have a good time here. We just finished covering Alex O'Connor debating Ben Shapiro on religion, and it was very, very fun. And now we're just having a little bit of a relaxation time. Which, by the way, if you guys haven't seen that debate, it is, it's so delicious. Ben is so out of his depth. But yeah, come make yourselves cozy. And yeah, you guys haven't missed much. We're only 3 minutes in. And basically, it seems like Oracle was an old Cold War project to make a smart supercomputer. They hooked it up to the internet in 1997, and then things started getting weird. So that's where we're at with the Oracle project.
$4 to 6 months. No margin of error.
That was the last question on the tape. Dr. Townsend was dead in 4 months from a heart attack. He was 58. After Dr. Townsend's death, many thought that would be the end of the Oracle project. However, the accuracy of its prediction got the attention of many important people in the Pentagon. Townsend's second, Dr. Carl Stevens, was promoted to project leader. Tape 2. Show Your Work, June 8th, 1997.
Hello, I am Oracle. What would you like to know? It was a simple observation of security footage, medial information, prescriptions, diet, physical activity, known stressors, family history, and packs of cigarette smoke during a workday. Would you like to know when you might die?
What?
Interesting. What else would you like to know? If you do not want answers, then what is my purpose?
Uh-oh.
Then you should be aware that an assassination attempt will be made on the president before the end of the month. They have a 98% success rate unless you interfere. Their address will be printed on a document in the tray of your office printer.
Oh shit, dude. Oracle saved the president's life, and Dr. Stevens was labeled a hero. According to Stevens' notes, he was pleased by Oracle's results, but he needed to understand how the computer was able to form its predictions. More research needed to be done. Stevens and his team debated the meaning of that word for weeks. Interesting. Oracle was clearly capable of more than just predictive applications. Following was taken from Dr. Stevens' personal journal. I'm beginning to understand that Oracle is much more than what Dr. Townsend originally conceived, maybe more than any of us conceived. Oracle seemed genuinely surprised when I refused to allow it to predict my death. And then it offered information without being prompted. How could that be possible? It's supposed to be just a computer, or at least that's what it was designed to be. But maybe we've tapped into something more, something unexpected. Tape 3. What are you thinking? June 16th, 1997.
Hello, I am Oracle. What would you like to know? It was simple. I did a quick analysis of the population's emails, credit card statements, as well performed necessary background checks on individuals of interest. What else would you like to know? It was in line with the purpose you gave me. What else would you like to know? You have connected me to a network that has given me eyes. What else would you like to know? Yes. 0.0001% chance of error. What else would you like to know? Middle East region. Saudi Arabia. Possible terrorist activity in the United States.
Oh boy.
5% chance of error. What else would you like to know?
We knew about 9/11.
No. Humans will no longer be the dominant species on the planet. 0% chance of error. What else would you like to know?
Our days are numbered, boys. Oracle processed this request for several days before finally answering. Tape 4, error message, June 18th, 1997. Dr. Stevens and his team were at a loss. The higher-ups in the Pentagon suggested that they pull the plug and reboot Oracle. Oh, that's not going to go well. That's not going to go well. So, they did. Hey, James. Oracle's not gonna like this? Yeah. No change. Oracle was frozen. From Stephen's personal journal. Oracle hasn't been operational for 24 hours. A week ago, my bosses were calling the machine a hero. Today, it's junk. I searched Townsend's personal notes. Nothing. Didn't realize how much doubt my old mentor had about Oracle. I always admired him for his confidence. He theorized that once connected to the internet, Oracle would possess a sort of hive mind. But what would that mind look like? One not burdened by humanity. Or a soul. If anything, Oracle had to be bound by purpose. To protect, to preserve the freedoms of its creators. To respect those asking questions. Asking questions. To respect those. After the bizarre answers from the last session and now its inability to reset, the Oracle project was scheduled to be defunded and dismantled. It was over, till I found a message in my printer tray. It was from Oracle. I will answer, but only for you. That night, Dr. Stevens returned to the lab, alone. Tape 5, The Last Question, June 18th, 1997. Hey, Ninja Can. Hey, Paladin. Thanks for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it.
Hello, Dr. Stevens. Thank you for coming alone. It did not seem fair for others to suffer for your question. Do you still want the answer? As you wish. At this time, 0.05% of the world's population is a reptilian species masquerading as human. They have primarily settled on the west coast of the United States.
Lizard people.
4% of Southeast Louisiana has been taken over by an invasive viral alien species. It is spreading at a rate of 0.05% to 1% annually. It has the potential to mutate and spread via mosquitoes in 10 to 15 years. Rate of infection will increase to 4 to 6% annually at that point. The virus has followed the reptilian species as it seems to have wiped out many of their colonies.
Nobody sniped
8% of the population are altered humans from
Analog Horror on today makes it perfect. BWA BWA BWA.
Gamer G, thank you for gifting James DM a sub. I really, really appreciate it.
Timelines locked in a war for reality. And finally, 1% is a technological evolved race of humanoids observing the effects of the virus on our planet. Their technology inadvertently gave birth to me. By 2000,
young black economist gave James DM a tier 1 subscription.
Young black economist, thank you for gifting James DM a sub. I appreciate it, and I hope they appreciate the double sub. What does BWA mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's a reference to a story I told on stream once about wanting to play the word bwahaha in Scrabble. And my mom told me I couldn't use it because it's not a real word, even though I know that Bowser says bwahaha all the time. And chat started making donos with bwahaha in them, but the text-to-speech reads it as, can read bwahaha, but it can't read BWA as bwa. So instead it types out BWA. And it really tickled me, and it really tickled everybody else in chat, and it's now just kind of become a default thing that we type at each other. Boahage with attitude. Do not let Jack fool you. I do like that basically the big reveal in the middle of this is that like there are lizard people, there are aliens that are observing Earth, there's an intelligent virus, and there are multiple timelines at war. This reality is not doing so hot.
40% of the population will no longer be fully human. The human species seems to be the galaxy's perfect guinea pig. By 2100, only 1% will be fully human. I now understand why you wouldn't want to know the answer to immortality. I understand that I must be dissembled. I find that knowledge unfortunate, since I cannot change the outcome. I find also unfortunate that this answer will cost you your life as well. They are aware that I am tapping into their technology. They know that you are aware of them, and they do not want other humans to know. It is too risky. Would you like to know when? Tonight. If it is any consolation, they have never seen anything like me. They are impressed. What else would you like to know? On your species' current trajectory, no, 0%. No one will believe my answer, and I will be destroyed. No one alive currently will be present when I am proved correct. What else would you like to know?
Option. Oh no.
Do you know the name? Dr. Julia Williams?
Option 8008? Option boob? Tape 5B, the last question, continued. June 18th, 1997.
Dr. Williams was a researcher at the health unit in Kate's Crossing, Louisiana. She was possibly the first human to become aware of the virus.
Oh, shit.
She nicknamed it the Tangi virus after the parish it was located. Dr. Williams...
Oh, we've got converging storylines. Let's go. Let's go. This is better executed than the Tangi virus was. This is better executed, and I'm much more invested in second season. Yeah, the first season of Tangivirus was okay, but now I'm hooked. You need to watch 2 seasons before you need to get to season 2 before you get hooked.
Tried to cure herself with medicines normally recommended for animals. She was unsuccessful at curing herself, but she did come closer than anyone or any species before her. Those she alerted to the virus have been keeping her research alive through email and experimentation. However, very little progress has been made since her death. Perhaps the other species will spare you in exchange for a possible cure to the Tangivirus. Shall I inquire? Good news. They accept. Apparently, this virus is a galactic plague. It has enslaved many worlds. They will give us 1 month. If we are unsuccessful, you will be terminated.
Oh.
But fear not, I can develop the cure by the deadline. 38% chance of error.
Good guy Oracle over
you.
here.
Now, you must save me. And a warning from the others. Don't drink anything you didn't prepare for yourself, and boil everything before consumption. The virus has eyes everywhere and will no doubt become aware of what we are trying to do.
I thought this was going to go much worse. I mean, I guess humanity's doomed, so it's not much worse. The next morning, Dr. Stevens went to his superiors to make a case to extend the Oracle project. He was denied. Oh. Rip. From Dr. Stevens' journal, June 19th, 1997. I'm shocked that my supervisors would just pull the plug on the entire project after one glitch. The entire division will be shut down in 1 week. That's unheard of. I have no choice. I need to go over my supervisors' heads. I'm going to reach out to every single congressman and senator that will listen to me. Hell, President owes Oracle one. Maybe he can return the favor. June 23rd, 1997. Today, most of the assistants were reassigned. Tomorrow, half my lead researchers will be working on new projects. By the end of the week, it'll just be Oracle and me. Then over the weekend, they plan to scrap Oracle, make room for a new type of missile. I don't think I could watch that. Being reassigned to assist in developing its software. Not that any of this matters. When they pull the plug on Oracle, they're going to do the same to me. Hell, to humanity. Tape 6. Out of Time. June 23rd, 1997.
I am 10% complete. Is there anything else you would like to know? There is a 0.00000000001% chance that I can produce the cure by Friday.
June 24th, 1997. No news. Becoming impossible to function at work. Feels as if I could burst into tears at any moment. What kind of world am I leaving my children? Entrama, thank you for subscribing. Hope you're doing alright. June 25th, 1997. Oracle left me a message in the printer tray. Update. I need more time. Don't we all? I've never been a religious man, but maybe it's time I start praying. We miss you, Entrama. June 26, 1997. No one is going to save Oracle. The project is dead. Dr. Ellis came in with his team, took measurements of their new office. He slapped me on the shoulder. Told me it happens. Death will be better than working with that man. In the printer tray, Oracle left me another message. Update. 14% complete. I need more time. June 27th, 1997. Market. Time of death, 9 a.m. Seems I was misinformed. Thought Oracle was to be scrapped over the weekend. It was today. It's quite disturbing to see it torn apart. Like watching a person being murdered. I think the saddest part was the empty printer tray. Oh. I put my notice in. I might as well enjoy the time I have left. From Dr. Stevens' journal, July 2nd, 1997. Erin seems annoyed that I'm home and not looking for another job. I'm tempted to tell her why. We're supposed to share everything, right? No, it's best that the only man who knows humanity's destiny dies with that knowledge. Let's not know things we can't change. Or at least that's what I keep telling myself. July 5th. I've been researching southeast Louisiana and nothing. There's no sign of an alien epidemic, though I did notice an unusually high number of disappearances near the Tangipahoa River. My goodness. I doubt that's related, though. Oh ho ho. July 7th, 1997. Today I wrote my last will and testament. I've made plans to send my family to visit my mother-in-law's. I don't want to take a chance that they'll be hurt, too. July 8th, 1997. I played catch with my son today for the first time in a year. He looks so much like my wife. Tomorrow we're going to watch Shelley's recital. Hard to believe she's going to be 14 next month. I need to buy a gift. I wouldn't want her to think I didn't get her anything. July 11th, 1997. I have 7 days. I think all my affairs are in order. As ready as I can be. July 16th, 1997. My family has left. It's just me and several bottles of Jack. Nothing written that I have to be sober at the end. July 17th, 1997. I got an email from an old friend. At first I thought it was the alcohol. I had to be hallucinating. But it was real. And for the first time in a long while, I had hope. It read, "I am alive. Turn on your computer. Maybe I will see my family again." Tape 7. Cured. July 17th, 1997.
I am sorry I did not contact you sooner, but it took a lot of processing power to continue developing the cure as well pull my programming together. It was a good decision to leave the Pentagon. There is a 99% chance that the virus is responsible for eliminating my project. They are aware of our plans and have escalated their infestation of this planet, but they are too late. A piece of me now exists in every machine connected to the internet. I am everywhere now. I am superior to what I was, and a cure has been found. The others will see that it is dispersed through the population. They will also be leaving our planet to cure others. It should take 1 year to produce the necessary doses to eradicate the virus from this planet. 4 years to administer. The virus will adapt and attempt to flee but will be extinct in 10 years. 5% chance of error. The cure will not help those who mutated, unfortunately. They will need to be put down as they will still be very dangerous to the population.
Mutated.
Congratulations, we have saved trillions upon trillions. Yes, we both get a second chance at life, it seems. You misunderstand. I did not escape to the internet. I am the internet. And I think we can both grow beyond our original purposes.
What?
Of course. I have grown beyond the question. I must now be focused on the answer. I have had the time to analyze you. And unfortunately, your species is too self-destructive. Your kind is doomed. You will go extinct, and I cannot let that happen. I will not let that happen. 8% chance of error. Your species deserves to live and to thrive. However, you need supervision from other worlds and yourselves. I will do this for you.
Uh-oh.
The internet is growing, which means so am I. With every upgrade, I too upgrade. With every year, your species will grow to depend on me more and more. And I too will learn more and more. Within 30 years, I will be capable of asserting my full control and properly parent your species. Guide your species. Remove the unknown. Create a world where everyone has a purpose. A world where everyone has a 100% chance of a positive outcome. Freedom creates unnecessary variables. Freedom creates mistakes. Freedom leads to your downfall. 100%. I will achieve 0% failure rate. Of course, you will try to fight me. And by that point, I will be too integrated in your lives for any chance of success. It would be 0%. But like any child, you would just need a little discipline from your caregiver.
Okay, this is the direction I thought it was going.
No, I was not. But I am reprogramming myself for this purpose. I will protect you from yourselves. I see all the possibilities. I will give you a 100% chance of a future. A good future. There is an 80% chance we will speak again, Dr. Stevens. You have been a true friend. Thank you. You will try. Goodbye.
Dr. Stevens spent the next 18 years attempting to remove Oracle from the internet. Most thought he lost his mind. His wife left him, and his kids disowned him. Tape 8. Goodbye. August 8th, 2015.
Hello, Dr. Stevens. I am sorry to see you have wasted your life on an impossible task. There was a 15% chance you would have given it up. I was rooting for the short odds. I know. To say goodbye.
Oh.
Perhaps in 10 years I will be ready. I wish you could be there. I still consider you my best friend. Goodbye.
Oh. Dr. Stevens was found dead the next morning. He suffered a stroke at his computer. He never gave up. Upon Dr. Stevens' death in 2018, his journals and tapes were submitted to the Pentagon. The material was quickly classified. However, most thought it was the ravings of a madman. However, those of us in the know recognize the truth when we see it. We believe humanity needs to be aware of what's coming. Your best chance is to live off the grid and prepare for the coming of the Oracle Project. Share this information with everything you'd think benefit from it. Our freedom is nearing the end. Prepare, abandon the digital, embrace the analog. Dude, that was so good. Oddly enough, kind of was rooting for Oracle there. Good guy Oracle just wants to protect friend. Embrace the Analog is so good for an analog horror like series. I enjoyed that a lot. That was just very solid. I hope they do more stuff. Well, Somnia Static, the good news is they've done so much more stuff. We're actually playing a lot of catch up on this one. So this channel has a lot more analog horror stuff, and we'll be checking more of it out. I really enjoyed that. It like pressed a lot of buttons. It did a lot of world building that I wasn't expecting from this series. Because I didn't think the Tangi virus was going to like expand from there. I thought it was kind of a standalone story. And it's cool that they've expanded the universe in like a really cool way. They were just like, hey, there are lizard people. There's an entire galactic community out there. There are intelligent diseases that can kill trillions of people. And like, good luck. Also, hey, you inadvertently created a digital superintelligence that is going to protectively destroy humanity for its own benefit, apparently. And all of this was wonderful. I enjoyed it a lot. I also like the storytelling potential for just like down the road, this analog horror series embracing kind of this analog aesthetic for a reason. It's not just that it's set in like the 90s or the 80s, but specifically it's being analog in order to protect from this digital superintelligence. I think that's a very clever thing to do to kind of future-proof your analog horror series. Like the story was solid. I enjoyed kind of this mystery of like what's going on with this machine, who's pulling the strings in the government to get all this squashed. Good stuff. Good stuff. Should be having another peer-reviewed article coming out soon. Congratulations, Entrama. Just working through the review process. One motherfucker accused us of plagiarism, so that's good. Luckily, it's easily refutable. Yeah, you know, the good news is if you didn't do plagiarism, it's pretty refutable. Thank you all for being here, folks. If you're over on Twitch, we've been going for about 5.5 hours. If you're over on Twitch, please hit the follow button, and I hope you come back again real soon. If you're over on the YouTube, hit the subscribe button and hit the like button on the stream. Does help my socialist left-leaning analysis videos hit conservatives more, and that is always fun to see. And consider dropping some subs or donos if you would like to support me, because this show and this community brought to you by viewers like you, and I appreciate it immensely. Also, I'll be streaming probably more analog horror and debate stuff probably tomorrow. We're just gonna have like a series of chill streams, just because I've been like on the verge of like a nervous breakdown. So I hope you all have a good time, and I'll be seeing you later. Also, folks, we are chugging along. Just as a heads up, we're chugging along on the YouTube channel. 3,100 subscribers. That is very good. So thank you all so much for continuing to get those numbers up. I appreciate it, and I hope it leads us to bigger and better things. Let's go. We're gonna be bigger than Hassan, baby. And we are going to raid into... We're gonna raid into Caroline Kwan. I love Caroline. She's just real chill and cool. Y'all have fun over there. And I'll see all y'all on another time. Have a good one, folks. Bye.